Man, what the fuck? I thought it was starting at 9. I had no idea it started already. Fuck, man. I'm not even nearly ready. Fuck. You're missing me already? Bro, I had no idea it even started. Ah. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the first draft. I'm just setting everything up. I need to get my timer ready, I need to get my spreadsheet. Okay, there's the spreadsheet. I'm gonna go back to game 1 and then hopefully like through the breaks and stuff I can catch up. Like through the gaps in between games. Instead of like waiting for them, I'll just skip through them. Man, that's so rough. Oh man. Man. That's really rough. Okay, let's watch the rest of this game. And then I'll go back and do drafts after. I mean, it looks like Saigon are just gonna win. Um, Honestly, they get the inhibitor with Herald. I think, yeah, they're not gonna get another charge, but no, they just go to Drake. Why did it start so early? I had no idea. It's mad on blue again for game 2, so I guess I can fill that in now while we're waiting. Ah! Hextech Soul as well. It's looking really bad for Mad. Okay, a little bit of an int by Saigon. Luckily for Saigon, nothing's really up. Like, even Baron's down, so... Ah! I'm so tilted that I missed the start. Yo.
Yellow.
Yellow.
What the fuck did they start earlier?
I don't know.
Oh, what?
Mao guy. Oh dear.
That looks funny.
You like the vein toppings now, by the way? I like it.
Oh,
It just
I
had
like
to,
it.
it had to be very careful because of Talia Hecarim. But I mean,
I need to look at
I haven't
this.
seen the game, but I would imagine Maokai just hovered it to protect it.
Yeah. Yeah, Malka is really good at that.
Yeah.
Damn. I like both drafts actually.
Yeah, both drafts are good. I mean, I don't like Leona again.
Yeah, I don't like Nautilus neither, I guess.
Yeah.
But I imagine some better options were banned. Like Alistar.
They just get the Baron now.
That's a 1-1. Seems.
I think Buffalo can just play for Hextech Soul. I don't think that's too slow. I think that's fine. It's like... It'll still be before 30 minutes. Albert played really bad this game. I'll see it eventually. There should be enough like gaps in between games to catch up. If I just do draft, skip forward to the game, watch the game, skip forward to the next draft, do the draft, skip forward to the next game. No one's watching though. I think everyone's just watching the... Like, people don't realize that I'm streaming because I fucked up.
Still come around, don't worry. You just started again.
Yeah. We've only got Master Razzie right now. Oh, it's lonesome.
Why am I not calculated?
I don't know, it says one viewer.
But I'm on your stream too.
Oh. I don't know why they're top right now. They should just be going for Drake. They want to get this soul as fast as possible. Just go Drake. Oh, I guess they can hex. They can always hex that gate over there. Yeah, that's true. That's a thing that can happen. I don't like that they're leaving Drake up for soul. I mean, they get 2 inhibs, so it is very good. But it delays soul. Oh, unless they just kill them and win.
I mean, this is a win. This looks like...
Yeah, okay, they just win.
What did the Eloya build? I didn't even see. He looks very
He went
squishy
Trinity
right now.
Force, I think. Oh, did he?
Okay.
I don't know. Eloya normally goes Trinity
Oh!
Force. Yeah.
Sunder.
Nice blunderer.
He didn't even finish 2 items, 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. Okay, I'm gonna jump back to the first draft now. Well, I guess I should give people a couple of minutes now that the game's ended to see the stream. Because I think everyone was probably watching the game.
I see still one watching now.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna
Anyone in chat?
I'm gonna go get a drink, BRB.
Alright.
Hello.
Hello.
How long should I wait before doing the first draft?
Again? Oh, there's another guy.
Just got home, how's it going? I didn't realise it started early, so I've only just started. So I guess you haven't missed anything. I'm just going to be doing it from behind and then slowly catching up. I guess I'll start now. So, let me play the first draft on... Yeah, okay, so they go Aphelios B1, that's a target ban for Shogun. Then it's Draven ban on red. Then Pantheon ban. That seems odd. Aatrox ban, so they're not comfortable with an answer. So Hecarim's open, Caitlyn's open, Maokai's open. Kallista's open. Poppy here. Okay, so Hecarim B1. Seraphine's banned though. That's something that Mad like to play with the Hecarim, but I think they'll still Hecarim, right? Silas. I mean, I think you go Maokai Hecarim, maybe? Maybe MF Hecarim's best? On red? You here, Foz?
Yep. I don't see the draft. Oh, I see it on your stream now, okay.
Yeah. I think they should go like MF Hecarim or... Oh, they're going Caitlyn, okay. I'm so used to teams not wanting Caitlyn. Yeah, they should go Lux. They're going Maokai. I guess they can they can watch 2-3 and then pick choose Lux or Morgana.
True.
Thought the drafts in the second game were kind of even. We'll get there. I want to see what happened with like pick order and bans. I saw the comps that they ended up with, but I have no idea how they got to them. Yeah, there's Hecarim. I mean, they're probably not going to play Kindred.
Hecarim Karma doesn't seem bad, or Hecarim Ash.
They're playing Gnar because it's... I agree, but it's mad, so...
They're mad.
I mean, they should take Lux, I think. No, Morgana, I mean. Yeah. Morg. I think Caitlyn's a bit vulnerable to Hecarim. Feels like every time the enemy plays Silas, Saigon just pick Zac. Oh, they picked Morg! Nice! Oh wait, but I already know they lost. That's really bad for my pick'ems.
And the bans should be red side.
Karma's good from red. That's a good ban.
Yeah, that's a good ban. Ash is also a good ban.
Seraphine's already gone. Yeah, Ash is a good ban. I think they could play... I mean, maybe they go Zaya bot lane.
I think blue ban is a good poppy ban.
Oh wait, MF on red is a good ban.
Yes, actually.
Renekton makes no sense. Not only is the champion dogshit, but Nob beats him anyway, so... Yumi? Okay, they're gonna get MF on blue.
Why Yumi?
Amumu's open as well. They probably go MF Amumu.
Why Yumi into Caitlyn?
I don't know.
Morgana? It's
That would just
so
get
bad.
it would get demolished. It would get really demolished.
They need to ban
banning
Poppy.
the Zac.
Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy's very good on Buffalo. Buffalo can pick Poppy now and then counter pick mid last. No, they already see mid though.
Or for Poppy, definitely. But that would make
I understand why
Maokai
they're going Vex. I think they should put Maokai top and get a jungler that can like dive bot lane.
This is legit a quirky angle. R4. It's a perfect pick.
Corki's very good, yeah.
Like, you outrange and you poke the shit out of them.
Yeah.
You don't need to go in, or like, I don't know what you're stopping here. You can't stop Hecarim.
Yeah, I would go like MF Amumu. I don't know what Tom Kench is for.
Yeah, Mefa Momo seems the most reasonable.
What's Tom Kench for? And what are they playing with Tom Kench? Senna?
Guess Aphelios, is it?
It could be Senna.
Or Senna. Senna is fine, actually, into Caitlyn only, but with Tom Kench. Looks like they want to Aphelios now.
Jinx?
Jinx.
I
mean, Jinx is also not too bad in
it's okay.
1v1 against Caitlyn.
With the range on Q.
Kench, yeah.
What do you pick here on
R5?
5.
This is a top laner 100%.
I mean, GP?
GP seems really good here because you want to play through bot lane.
I think it would be GP.
Yeah,
they go
GP,
Gwen.
even Shen. This
Yo,
game,
wait,
Shen
they picked Gwen? Just build magic resist on literally everyone on Mad. Huh?
Yeah. Isn't Shen like busted here?
Shen's good too. I prefer GP.
I mean, you lose lane, right? You lose lane.
Maybe not Shen because of Silas.
But you have a Vex Shen combo, right?
Yeah, Vex
and
Shen.
I think Shen stops a lot of Jinx damage. Like if you place it correctly.
I prefer GP, but GP is a lot harder to execute.
Yeah, GP.
But I don't like that Buffalo drafted so much magic damage into like Hecarim, Gnar, Tom Kench side. Like they all become so beefy.
Yeah, I don't like R4, R5.
I don't think they can die. I'm pretty sure Mad win this draft like kinda hard. It's not massive, but, like maybe like 65-35 or 40-60. Or 60-40, I mean.
For Mads.
Yeah, for Mad.
I'd go for Buffalo more, honestly. I think they can smash bot lane easily. They're winning mid. They're winning mid as well. I don't like R5, R4. I agree.
I think they're getting outscaled in literally every role. Maybe not top, but the problem is that Gwen's not even scaling that well because they're all stacking magic resist, so...
I just think if you play this correctly, you should win with red. Kate Morgan is just too
powerful. I don't understand what Gwen is doing, though.
That's true.
And then if Jinx Tom just fall behind, I think it's fine. Because, like, let's say Jinx Morg get ahead, right? Then what? They don't
Jinx Morg.
The only thing, Kate Morg, I mean, the only thing they really have to, like, fort to, like, keep the tempo up is Vex. Like, how do they start shit? They take the first 3 dragons, I guess, and then force them to come fight for Sol, but by that point, I think Mad are winning. Why is World so early today? I don't know, man. We're behind. We're very behind. I also didn't realise.
I would definitely R4 Corki here. Like, I don't think there's a reason not to take it.
I think Corki or Azir on 4, and then
Yeah,
GP
Azir's
on
fine
5.
too.
GP on 5.
Azir gives more lane presence. By Corki is like it's extremely good with Caitlyn. Just like pure poke.
Yeah, that's true.
And poking into this team is really good.
Yep,
Look, like how are they gonna sustain the poke?
Fully agree. It's okay, Benjamin, because we're starting from the beginning, because I've only just started streaming as well, because I didn't realise it was early either. So, we're starting from the beginning, and we're going to catch up with the gaps in the games. Okay, I'm gonna... I still think it's mad favoured, just because of how much magic damage Buffalo have. And they have to win early, I think, or they will just lose. And also, in like the 1v1, Gnar beats Gwen. Vex does beat Silas, though. But I think you can just leave Gnar on an island and try to cover bot with Hecarim Silas. Not to kill them, but just...
GP.
Definitely, yeah. Corki or GP into GP. Shen. Or Shen. Shen's fine.
Or Shen.
But Shen, I like GP more.
If you want to go with Vex, Shen is really good. It's more like divey, you know?
Yeah.
Though I don't like divey here at all, because you have Tahm Kench to play against. And yeah, it's another good ult as well for Silas.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Corki GP would definitely be the best thing they can do.
Yeah, definitely. I also don't like B4 for like Tahm Kench does nothing in my opinion, because you lose the lane hard.
Alright, let's watch the game. Skip into the game. Oh, this is 3 minutes in already.
You wanna watch the first game?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the game.
You will be late on stream.
That's fine, I'm late anyway. Okay. Oh. Hang on. Alright, game 1. I think as long as Mad don't fall behind, they should just win. I mean, this is a good start for Kate Morg. Good dodge from Unforgiven. You know what I think you should do there is Kate Morg? I think you should just walk at them and auto them and then Q them after. You think? Oh my god, he's missing every... Oh my god, they're missing every spell. It's a horror in the bot lane. You see it? Kate Morg are losing level 1 into Tahm Jinx. Mid looks good. No! Way! How are you losing this lane in bot? Okay. You see, Foz? The draft's actually really bad because Kate Morg loses to Jinx Tahm Kench.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know how to play it, to be fair, so...
I mean, Gnar should be winning top for quite a while. Ah.
What?
Markai's here. He just needs to be here to cover.
I will dip and come back just a bit later.
Okay, no problem.
I'm sorry for that. And
no, that's okay. Wow, Gwen's looking for a solo kill. Alright, I'll see you later, dude. Nara's not meant to be getting nearly solo killed in this lane, but I mean, he traded Ghost for no. He didn't flash, so not terrible for Armor either. You just take they both TP reset. Armor's actually ahead. It just looked kind of bad. They're really pushing the bot lane in now. They should be more ahead than they are, but it's fine. They played level 1 really, really, really badly. There's Caitlyn Morg. Oh, what happened to Kaiser? I mean, that's very, very good for Saigon Buffalo. Oh, Froggy dead. He managed to get to the wall in time to flash over it. Big, big lead in top. Really, really big lead. Bot's going about as expected now. It went really rough early. It started getting a lot better than expected, so it's kind of evened out to where you would expect it to be. I mean, every single member of MAD except Jinx should be buying Merc Treads this game. Like, literally 4 Merc Treads and 1, yeah, Niski's just picked up Merc Treads. 4 Merc Treads, 1 Berserker Greaves. The entire comp from thingy, Saigon Buffalo, is about CCing you and dealing magic damage. Okay, he could be dead here. If Hecarim can get behind him. Yeah, there we go, he's dead, he's dead. Oh. So, I mean, Caitlyn Morgana are certainly ahead. Whether they're enough ahead to justify the entire rest of the draft is doubtable. This is a really bad fight for Saigon to take. Your Kate Morg can't get to you, so... Like, they're wanting Kate Morg to play around them, but you want to play around Kate Morg. What do you have for Game 2 draft scores? I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. I'm starting from the beginning, because I've only just started streaming. Didn't realise that World started early today. Okay. Almost a solo kill for Hazmid. Cleanse out of Unforgiven. Oh, I don't think Taki should ult there, right? Oh, solo kill top, solo kill. Boom. Boom. Okay, so you can already see 3 Merc Treads. I said there's going to be 4 Merc Treads and a Berserker Greaves. There's 3 Merc Treads already. It's going to get rough. So, Gnar should go Trinity Force of Nature. Hecarim should go Trinity Force of Nature. Silas should go Everfrost Banshee. No, Silas should go Leandri Banshees, maybe. Some form of Mythic into Banshees for Silas. Tom Kent should go Locket into... Maybe Locket into Mikhail's on Tom Kench. Mikhail's gives a lot of magic resist and it can remove like Morgana bindings and stuff. I think he could even rush Mikhail's. It's fine. I mean, Glenn is very, very, very behind. I mean, how is where's Morgana going? Here comes the Maokai ultimate through the wall. I don't think it's enough though. Yeah, they just black shield it. But Lions don't really get anything there. I mean, the problem for Saigon is they really wanted to get that bot tower there so that after this reset that they've just done, they could go mid with Caitlyn Morgana and keep pushing. That would be ideal. Being down in gold with this comp as Saigon feels really rough. Because I don't think you can recover from behind. It's really weird that Armor keeps getting given Draft for game 3 is up? Yeah, I'm just going from the start. I'm gonna go all the way to the end. I'm not gonna keep bouncing between what's live and what's now. I'm just gonna try and catch up to live. They drafted R1 Gnar. I'm assuming Mad Lions is red then in game 3? Or did Saigon take it away? So that means I'm like 1.5 games behind right now. Mad on red, okay. Yeah, I'm like 1.5 games behind. So as soon as this game finishes, I'll go straight into game 2 draft. And then straight into game 2 game. And I've already streamed the second half of game 2, so I only need to stream like the early game of game 2. And then straight into game 3, and maybe by the end of game 3 I'll be caught up. Hopefully. Depends how long this game is. This game 1. Might not even stream game 2 at all. I might just skip straight into game 3, because I kinda saw what happened in game 2. When I started streaming, it was like 10-15 minutes into game 2. She should be caught up relatively soon. I mean, this game 1 looks really doomed for Buffalo. Everything that they need, they're not getting, and they've fallen behind with a comp that can't afford to fall behind. It's nice that they kill Armut, but they sent 4 people for him, and well, they're not really losing much. They're losing bot pressure. Like, they're losing tower bot, maybe. They don't lose the entire tower, though. Okay, there's the Trinity on Gnar. It looks like he's building Wit's End. I don't really like that as much as just going Force of Nature. I think that if you just go for the Force of Nature, you kind of can't die here, so... Yeah, I'm not sure what Gnar's plan is. Silas... Not really sure what Mythic Silas is going for. We'll see when he goes base, because he's probably got it after getting this tower gold. There's the 4 Merc Treads, though, that we expected. Blunderer on Hecarim, not a big fan. I would much prefer the Trinity Force. Okay, so it is Everfrost. He's got the No Magic Mantle, so he is going Banshee's second. So it's really good that Mad have identified that by stacking Magic Resist, they can just win this game 1. As long as they don't let Caitlyn Morgana get too ahead early. I mean, Saigon got the first Drake, but it's like 15 minutes in and only one Drake's died. And when you play Kate Morg, you really want to leverage that pressure to get early tower and early Drakes, and they haven't gotten either, really. They got like relatively late tower and late Drake, so... I mean, Caitlyn is very strong with 2 items, but I think Mad can actually just give the second Drake, and then once they get to 2-3 items, they'll just be winning. I think Hecarim can even go 3rd item Anathema's Chains, like Trinity, Force of Nature, Anathema's Chains. Put Anathema's Chains on Caitlyn, and then no one can really kill him. And then he can just go like more of Mortius 4th, if it gets that late. I think it's actually pretty hard for Saigon to win a fight right now, though. If anything gets on Caitlyn, she will, like, they lose, and everyone has Merc Treads on Mad. And they're gonna try to fight for this Herald. Almost zoning away Gwen as well, which is a lot of the damage of Saigon. I mean, only Caitlyn is dealing damage here. Mad get the Herald. Okay, Mad are just gonna kill all of them. Oh, Narma! I said Narma. Narma missed his ult. Narma missed his ult. He got 0 man ult. Fine though, they're still winning. Mad just rotate onto Dragon. I mean, they base and then go Dragon, I think. Everyone base, run Dragon. It would be nice if there was a magic resist black cleaver. Maybe you'd call it like a white cleaver? I don't know. It's like the opposite of the black cleaver. But like an item that shreds, that one guy can buy that shreds magic resist for your whole team. There's kind of Abyssal Mask, but it's not very good, is it? Abyssal Mask does do that, right? Oops. Abyssal Mask. Yeah. Enemy champions within 550 units of you become cursed, reducing their magic resistance by 5 plus 1%, so capped at 25 magic resistance. So, more like Abysmal Mask, am I right? I mean, I think for sure someone on Saigon should get Abyssal Mask, though. Probably Maokai should get Abyssal Mask. But the problem he has is that building magic resist here really hurts. Like Cleaver, you can plug and play it into any build because it's health. The fact that it's magic resist on Abyssal Mask makes it really awkward to build here, because they want armor, but they also need to reduce their magic resist because they're only dealing magic damage. I mean, it's just an awkward draft for Saigon, unless they got Caitlyn really, really ahead. Caitlyn is ahead, but she's not, like, so ahead, and also, what the fuck is she building? That's not how you build an Infinity Edge. I don't know why she's got 2 longswords. Like, she should have just bought a crit cloak, or I guess a stopwatch there, instead. And started going for IE third. I don't know why you would ever not go Infinity Edge third when the entire enemy team is building magic resist. No, bro, she built a Last Whisper. Literally, what armor? They have Merc Treads, Wit's End, Merc Treads, Hex Drinker, Merc Treads, Verdant Barrier, Merc Treads, no Magic Mantle. That's all the resistance on Mad, and she built Last Whisper. She built Last Whisper into only magic resist instead of going IE. That might be the worst itemization, maybe, for the recap. It's really terrible. Like, the Last Whisper is just not doing anything here. There's no armor for it to shred. The only armor, I guess, is like Hecarim in W and Gnar from his little bit of resistance, base resistance that he gets for going into Mega. That's kind of it. Really hard for Saigon to even damage anyone. I think it's too late for Saigon to... Like, Saigon can't possibly win. Because not only is it too late for Caitlyn to carry, but she's building badly anyway, so she's not going to carry here. I don't think this game's going to go on too much longer. Mad are just going to start getting every dragon. Or Ocean Soul as well. So now they have a team comp that they can't kill with Ocean Soul. Gnar should just go Force of Nature now that he's got his Wit's End. Niski's going to have his Banshee's Veil in base. Honestly, Niski can buy Spirit Visage this game, and he just won't be able to die. Same for Hecarim. Hecarim can buy a Spirit Visage. Because they're getting Ocean Soul. Like, when you get Ocean Soul, Spirit Visage gains a lot of value over Force of Nature. Force of Nature is still very, very good, though. Like, it's definitely better on Gnar, who doesn't heal himself, but Hecarim and Silas, who do heal, can go Visage. I think Silas needs one more damage item before he does go for something like Visage, though. Whereas Gnar and Hecarim now can just go, like, Hecarim with Sunder and more, he's got enough damage. Gnar with Wit's End, Trinity. Okay, yeah, Gnar's got the Winged Moonplate, which builds into Force of Nature, so he's getting Force of Nature. So they're building correctly. The Gwen pick really sucked. The Vex pick also really sucked. Morello second on Vex. And Oblivion Orb and Bramble Vest. I don't understand why you get... They've spent 3k... 4.6k. So Saigon have got 35k gold and 4.6k of it is in anti-heal. What a waste of gold. We bought anti-heal on 3 members. But most of the time you only need anti-heal on 1 guy. And you just say, who's the best for buying anti-heal here? Probably, I mean, maybe it is Vex, maybe it's Gwen, it's one of the two. They have the most, like, AoE damage, and you just have one of them buy it. You don't need everyone to be applying anti-heal, it doesn't stack. Yeah, this Winged Moonplate for armor becomes Force of Nature. Hecarim can go Force of Nature. Jinx probably still goes Infinity Edge third. I don't think more of Mortius is bad. Like, it stops her dying ever, but, I mean, she can just go damage. What is Tom Kench buying? Does Aegis go into Locket? I think it does, doesn't it? Is he going Locket? That's pretty good. I said he should go Locket. It's good that the support is actually building Locket instead of Troll Shroud. I mean, that's Baron just gone. The rest of the game, honestly, is just gonna look like this, where Saigon physically are incapable of killing Mad. Am I watching game 1? Yeah, I'm watching game 1 right now. I started the stream when, like, I saw that the games were being played. I thought it was starting the same time it started every other day, but apparently it started like 2 hours early for some reason. I had no idea. Okay, there's the Force of Nature on Gnar. He literally can't die. There's the Locket on Tom Kench. You also realise you missed the beginning. Maybe you could skip game 2 and we can watch game 3 together. I'm going to skip over game 2 anyway because I'm going to do the game 2 draft. But I saw... when I joined, they were playing game 2, so I've already kind of watched game 2. I just haven't done the draft. So I'm going to do game 2 draft, straight into game 3 draft, and then watch game 3. And then hopefully through like the ad breaks and analysis and the players having a break and stuff, I can catch up. Sounds good to you? Good, good. Glad to hear it. I mean, look at them just not... I mean, Tom Kench can take damage, in fairness. He's like the only one. Jinx can also die, obviously, but then they can't get to Jinx. But Gnar, Hecarim, Silas really can't die. As long as they don't do something really troll, like someone tries to 1v5. Maybe they realise that having the game start at 10 PM is pretty bad for European viewership, while starting it 2 hours earlier doesn't hit anywhere else. Maybe because it's like a European team in the best of 5. I could have sworn the schedule at some point said this game was starting at the same time, like at the 10 PM Central European time. I'm sure I saw that, but I don't know. The fact that like so many of us are early as well, or so many of us were late. Like pretty much everyone that's joined has been like, oh, it's already started. I had the same thing. What is Hecarim building out of Kindle Gem? Probably Spirit Visage, right? Probably Spirit Visage. So now that Silas has got Cosmic Drive, I think it's okay if he chooses to go like Spirit Visage instead of more damage. I mean, Jinx should finish her Infinity Edge and then grab Lord Dominic's. Oh wait, I already said something that Hecarim can do with the build that also builds out of Kindle Gem. He can go Anathemas and put it on Caitlyn. Yeah, it kind of looks like Armor just can't die. Unforgiven a little bit overeager, but I mean, Niski can just kill everyone because he can't die. That was like the best possible fight for Saigon Buffalo. Like it started out with El Yoya getting caught, losing a bunch of his health. Doesn't really matter. Do you think it's going to be the Anathema's Chains on Hecarim? I would hope so. Anathema's Chains, put it on Caitlyn, you can't die. What's really sad is that if Caitlyn didn't troll her build and go Lord Dominic's into no damage, then with Infinity Edge, she probably could have killed like pretty much everyone there. I mean, Niski is actually just killing everyone in the game. Bro, this guy can't die. Oh, turrets hurt people, though. When you have no armor, turrets hurt. It's fine, though. They've got all 3 inhibitors down. Baron's up in 140. So all the inhibs are down on Baron, so you just get a free Baron, and then you walk the super minions into the base, and then you end. It's, like, really simple to end now. Oh, they didn't get the mid inhib. I mean, they should just walk up and hit it. Like, literally, yeah, just like that. Just walk up and hit the inhib and then leave. Okay, now you go and get Dragon, because you may as well have the free healing. Like, you're never going to get to soul this game, but there's nothing to do for 1 minute, so you may as well just go and get the 1 Ocean Drake for the healing, and then you've got some free healing that you didn't have before. And then you just all go to Baron, and then you take Baron, and then you just walk your waves into their base, and they can't kill your super minions, and you end the game. So this game is about to end, I would imagine. They just take this Baron, walk into the base, and it's over. I'm not sure why they're not already on the Baron. They're pushing midwave, but there's no need to push midwave. It's not like Saigon can actually end the game if you don't get mid-prio here. And there you go. If that Vex ult hit, maybe they could have had something. Like, you're just giving them the potential to have some. Just go and do Baron. What do you lose by doing Baron here? What? Did Narmet just... No. Narmet did not just TP bot. He walked there. I'm blind. Right. Now they're finally doing the Baron. And then you just walk your minion waves into their base, and then you win. GG, Mad. Question unrelated to the game. Will you do a reaction to the preseason article? I already have. On my YouTube channel. Ta-da! Right here. No problem. Right, well, I mean, they just can't really kill the minions, and they can't kill Mad either, so... That's their Maokai ult down. All Mad have to do is just sit here and wait until the minions slowly end the game. I mean, Hazmed's getting desperate. He's just dead. Well, like, Haz dead. And now the rest of them are dead, and that's the game. Alright, let's get into game 2. Game 2 draft. See, it's like 29. So I'm skipping... I'm already skipping like 20 minutes of waiting. Okay, game 2. So we get Aphelios ban again. This is the same as last time. Aphelios Pantheon bans are exactly the same. So Mad are saying, okay, we won, like there's no point in changing anything. I think Draven Aatrox are also the same as last time. I mean, they're banning Caitlyn this time. They're choosing to do the Caitlyn ban. I mean, I don't know why Saigon would ever not ban Hecarim. It seems really grief for them to ban Sylas instead of Hecarim. Like, the Mad are just going to pick Hecarim now, right? Yeah, there's Hecarim. So on 2 here, I would go like Maokai Misfortune. There's the Misfortune. There you go, Maokai. Perfect. Maokai Misfortune. I think that's the best R1 or 2 when Hecarim and Caitlyn are out. I mean, they're going to go Seraphine. Yep. Seraphine, nah. This is very, very standard Mad Lions drafting. Lysandra? Sandra's okay. I would prefer Azir. I'd definitely prefer Azir on Mad's side. I think, what's the best 4 for Saigon? Is it Renata? Is it a Mumu? It's like Renata or a Mumu, probably. They're banning Alistair? I don't know why you would ban Ali. Okay, there's the Amumu ban from Mad, so that's what I was thinking the 4 would be. I mean, they should ban Zaya as well, maybe? Ban it away from Mad. Or maybe Kai'Sa. Swain? I mean, Swain is very good here for Mad as well. That's not a bad ban. Will this be the Renata ban? Or will they ban something for top lane? Maybe like Irelia? Renekton? I don't know why you would ever pick Renekton here. They're going Nautilus. I don't think Nautilus is as good as something like Renata here, but it's fine. Like, even Rel here I think is better than Nautilus. Also Soraka, pretty good. It's set support. They're playing Kallista's open, actually. I don't think Kallista's very good here, though. They're going with Leona, so it's Kai'Sa. It's not a good Neela game here. So I guess it has to be Kai'Sa. Well, I mean, it could be Xayah, but I don't think Xayah fits what they want. I think Kai'Sa is more in line. Oh, of course, they play the Seraphine bot lane, don't they? I thought they were going to put Seraphine mid into Lissandra, but they're going to go for... and then it's top Vayne. Top Vayne to round out the draft into the Gnar. I love when they pick more deaths for my pick'ems. Winning. Okay, so we got this draft order. There's a couple of things that I think were missed. I mean, Mad's draft looks really Mad Lions. They kind of got everything they want. Obviously Swain would be better than Talia. You don't hate the Vayne? I like the Vayne. The only issue with the Vayne is it has to be very, very... excuse me, I hiccuped. The Vayne has to be very, very careful because of the Hecarim. So Vayne wants to like perma-push Gnar in, trade with him, deny him CS. But Hecarim is very dangerous. I would imagine Maokai plays the early game like sitting around Vayne and keeping her safe. But Vayne is really good in the late game into Hecarim, into Leona, into Gnar, into Seraphine as well. Seraphine can't kill her. The only thing that can really kill her is if she gets caught by Talia, but I really like the Vayne here. They have Misfortune with Liss. I like when teams are proactive and try to counter instead of picking the same champs every time. Yeah, for sure. I think Mad's draft is like really strong if you don't look at the Vayne. If you take the Vayne out of the equation, Mad are hard winning drafts, so it's how much does Vayne recover the draft? I think maybe like... Does it recover it enough? Possibly. Possibly. Let's break it down. They have winning top. I think Lissandra will actually win mid into Talia in isolation as well. Bot lane is also going to be winning. MF Maokai into Seraphine Leona. So I guess they have 3 winning lanes here. It's pretty good for Buffalo. The Vayne into Gnar is like really huge, and Vayne into Hecarim, Gnar, Leona. Very big. I don't know if it's enough to give them an edge, though. Maybe it's 50-50. I think it all depends on how lane goes for Vayne. If Hecarim manages to kill Vayne, like, even once, I think they might just lose. They might just get run over by Mad's draft. Because it's not just Hecarim she has to be worried about either. She has to be worried about Hecarim plus Talia wall. Talia wall stopping her from getting out. Like, Gnar slams her into the wall, Hecarim dives on her. I think Vayne makes this a 50-50 instead of Saigon getting smashed. I think ordinarily, if they picked like any other top laner, I think Saigon would get smashed in the draft. But I think because of Vayne, it becomes a 50-50. Where like they have this very defined win con, and it is generally just who plays better around like the Vayne win condition. 50-50 if Vayne goes ahead in lane. So yeah, I guess, kinda. It comes down to like player skill, which makes the draft a 50-50 because it's not the draft influencing it, it's the player's skill influencing it. So, alright, let's move into game 3. Game 3 draft. Okay, so right now I'm only 25 minutes behind schedule, or 28 minutes behind schedule. This time we have Saigon on blue. Saigon Buffalo, oops, that's DGB. SGB, Mad. Okay, Saigon Buffalo. Mad Playins. Alright, we get the Silas first ban. They actually have the luxury to not ban Hecarim now for Saigon because they can pick it. There's the Aphelios ban again. I think it's a bit of a greedy target ban out of Mad. I'm not sure if they really need to be banning it, but Shogun is for sure very good at it. Draven. I can understand them leaving Gnar up now since they've shown they have a counter to it, but I think if they pick Gnar, they might end up banning Vayne in second round or just drafting around Vayne with things that pick her off much easier. Maybe like a Nocturne. Vayne top's very hard to play into Nocturne. Caitlyn's gone. Maokai is still open. Aatrox is still... Okay, Aatrox is gone. So it's going to look like a Maokai B1 or Hecarim B1, depending on whether Hecarim's open, I think. So I think Mad should maybe not ban... See, I think by banning Mao, you just give them Hecarim for free, and you don't get Maokai as the response. Maybe that's fine. Maybe Elyoya can play Kindred into the Hecarim. I still think that's the answer that we haven't seen. Graves is open too, so maybe they opt for Graves instead of Heka. So that's the Hecarim pick. I think... Okay, they're going for Gnar early. I guess... MF? I think it's too early for Belveth. I think it's far too early for Belveth. I'll do this. Belveth? There's no Belveth on this, so I have to use Rek'Sai as a placeholder. They're going Kai'Sa Lissandra. I kind of understand Kai'Sa into Belveth, but I think they could just go Vayne. I think they could pick, like, Flex Vayne now. Because they've shown Belveth, you know that there's not a jungler that's really good at ganking the Vayne, and you can just flex it. I really wouldn't expect Ryze. Vex? I don't really like Vex either. I don't understand why Azia's not being picked by either of these teams. The one thing I will say is with Belveth, it's extremely important that you get winning lanes. So they should ban out, like, Vayne and Irelia now for Gnar. Like, whatever happens, they need this Gnar to be having the push so that Belveth can look to invade Hecarim's camps. Hopefully they get a matchup where Vex is also pushing, and then they pick their bot lane late to confirm that they are pushing. So they're getting rid of the Camille. That's like another way that the Gnar could lose, I guess. I think they should definitely get rid of Vayne, since they've shown that they can hard counter it with it in the lane matchup. I think lane matchups are very important when you've got Belveth. She needs, like, the freedom and the space and the prio to go and invade the enemy's jungle, so that she can accelerate on amount of camps killed and stack up her Lavender. Nautilus, yeah, see, I don't really like Nautilus. Maybe they've got some, like, weird answer to the Vayne. I don't know why I put Azir here. It's because I was saying they should have picked it. Right, Lucian? Jinx? I mean, you can play Jinx here, you can play Ashe here, you can play Karthus here. I don't think you would play Ezreal here. I think Ezreal's too weak in lane, and you want them pushing. Jin's okay, because Jin can look to play around the Belveth with his W and his R. Misfortune's probably just the best. Varus? I mean, Varus will win lane into Misfortune, so... And now you just support counter on 5. This is okay. So what are they going to play top lane? And they need to blind their support? I'm not sure about Rakan as a blind support. There's no way they're playing Shen top, surely. That has to be Shen support. It has to be. If you're playing Shen top into Gnar, the Belveth is just going to run over your entire top. Like, your Hecarim's never going to be able to take his top side. Okay, it's top Lilia. That's actually pretty good into the now. I like the top Lilia. Top Lilia is good. Shen support. What do you play with Varus here? Do you play Lux? I think you can play Lux. Or Morgana. You can play Karma too. Karma's pretty good. Not a big fan of the Tahm Kench. Not a big fan of the Tahm Kench. So this Bel'Veth is a lot weaker than the Bel'Veth they had against DRX. The Bel'Veth they had against DRX, they had winning lanes across the board. This time they've got a losing top lane. They've got like a neutral to losing mid lane. Like I think Lissandra should have an edge maybe. And then they've got a winning bot lane, but like not massively winning. Varus is winning it. Tahm Kench is bringing almost nothing. So I think scaling, in terms of scaling, it probably, yeah, it definitely favors Mad though. So that's one thing they have. They don't need to outscale here. Maybe scaling's pretty even actually. I think scaling's quite even. So they definitely need to get a lead. There's a lot of playmaking potential on top side with Lilia into Hecarim. If they were banking on the Lilia though late, I don't know why they wouldn't pick MF. The Lilia MF combo. It's kind of weird. Yeah. I think it's probably... Man, I don't know. Who wins this draft? I don't really like either of them. That's the problem. But I think maybe Bel'Veth might struggle. I mean, she struggles into Lilia in general. Kai'Sa's pretty good against her. Lissandra's pretty good against her. I mean, Vex doesn't really have great targets either. Na's gonna yeah, no, I think Saigon are winning this draft. I'm gonna say like 60-40 Saigon. I think it might be too hard to execute the Bel'Veth. Let's watch the game and see what happens. It's for sure. This is for sure an interesting draft because I'm not like certain on who's winning it, which is interesting. But I think Saigon are winning. I mean, Bel'Veth's such like an off-meta pick that like it's kind of hard to visualize in your head like how things are going to go. It's kind of like Neela, but I have a much better understanding of how Neela works. All I know is that like Bel'Veth really likes doing what Bel'Veth did against DRX, where she has winning lanes and she goes and counter jungles and like invades, gets ahead in camps. So we'll have to see. Let's jump forward. Okay, I've jumped forward a little far. Do my timer. There's the timer. Alright. You like Saigon much more? I like Saigon more. I think Mad definitely have the opportunity to win. I just think it's way harder to do. Okay, Bel'Veth's getting an early invade though. Interesting that... Did that get warded? Yeah, it did get warded. It did get warded. Because they took the ward with the sweeper, so they know. So Hecarim's going topside, so they have vertical topside. Which I guess makes the most sense because bot lane is their only winning lane. So vertical jungling bot side kind of makes sense for Elyoya. But, I mean, Bel'Veth wants more than just one jungle. She wants like 1.5 jungles, you know, and she wants the enemy to be on half a jungle. Like, if you remember the DRX game, Bel'Veth had like 1.5 jungles, whereas Sejuani only had half a jungle. It's a bit cheesy by... Okay, he's not verticaling, he's trying to cross the map again. It's kind of weird that... This is really good for Mad, this start, but Saigon... I didn't expect that to work because they did the same thing against DRX. So I thought maybe Saigon would stack. Saigon's comp much easier to execute, and I don't see Varus living against Shen Hecarim. He does have a Tahm Kench though, that's one thing you've got to consider. But yes, it's definitely easier to execute. Elyoya is playing very, very well this game though. I like that Elyoya's not even gone into his top side. He's matched the Hecarim. Wait, Elyoya might just be dead. No, he lives, he lives. Okay, Elyoya's extremely ahead. Because there's no way that Beanjay can go into Elyoya's blue now, and there's not really any realistic way. Oh my god. Oh. Maybe Mad just win. Elyoya's too far ahead now. It's a bit flippy by Saigon, no? Very, very flippy. I don't know what options Hecarim even has now. Like, all his camps are down except Krug's, and all of Belveth's camps are up. So Belveth just does a full clear now. And then she's, like, so far ahead, it's unbelievable. Am I delayed? I am delayed, yes. You can see the timer that I'm at on game 3. A lot of us didn't realise that Worlds wasn't starting at the same time it started every other day today. So, we were all late. And I'm slowly catching up by skipping stuff. But why? Because we started late. Because every other day Worlds has started at 9 PM in the UK, and today it didn't. So I missed game 1 and the start of game 2. So I went back to the start. It's interesting. So Belveth's gone for this top crab, and then I would imagine she's actually going into Hecarim's jungle. Surely not. She's got so many camps up. Okay, she's going to go and kill Lilia, but she's got to do this full clear, surely. I mean, Lilia should just be dead. She has no summoners. Yeah, so that's another kill for Elyoya. Elyoya should just full clear his camps, I think. If he full clears his camps and then resets and gets ready for Herald, like full clear down, reset, come back topside, or is he going to reset and full clear up? I wonder what he's doing here. It's good by Beanjay to hold the wave here. Saigon are like probably too far behind to win the game now, though. It's a bit difficult. This Belveth pick will probably work against RNG, by the way, because RNG draft like dumb shit like Vi, and if they draft Belveth into it and play like this and play in a way where they like invite RNG to flip fights against them, it could go very well for Mad if they do. I mean, they're not going to play RNG, are they? They've already played RNG. It's the other side of the group that has to play RNG. Could do well against Evil Geniuses as well, though. Right now, if in a best of 5 between Mad and Evil Geniuses, I would definitely favour Mad to make it into the group stage. I mean, Saigon Buffalo don't look terrible, but the early game that they played this game was really bad. Varus is going to go for Shield Bow into Rageblade, I would imagine. Maybe pick up a Wit's End. Hazmed's doing this really weird build with Frozen Heart again, but Frozen Heart's not terrible into the Belveth. That's a really, really big shutdown. That's a very important shutdown. The question is, can they now win a fight to get Dragon? Or can they chase them far enough away from Dragon that they get Dragon? I think it's pretty important for Saigon to get Dragon. Okay, they chased him away. Just turn on to Dragon now. Hazmed is getting solo killed. He's dead. Mini knock kills him. Oh! Holy moly. No way he lives. Wow. That was a really nice sidestep by Hazmed. Yeesh. It's not looking good, though. I mean, that's the counter pick Lilia into now. Elyoya flash on him? No, he gets hit by the E. Elyoya could have flashed on him, I think, if he didn't get hit by the E, because it's the window where Hazmed's still got no flash for another 20 seconds or so. I don't think Cosmed can walk up to that wave, even with Shen. I think he will just die to Mega Gnar and Bel'Veth. Alright. So this is kind of what I said Bel'Veth wants to do. She wants to just be in the enemy jungle permanently, and this game she for sure can because she's so far ahead. Now she's getting the Herald on Bel'Veth. Now, one thing that DRX could do in the game they played against the Rek'Sai is whenever Bel'Veth wanted to push something with her minions and with maybe Herald, they could send Sivir to clear the wave. Game 4 draft just started if you want to catch up. I kind of want to watch this game. I mean, I guess I can go live. I'll just jump to live. Who won this game? I'm assuming Mad won. Yeah, Mad won. Okay. I mean, I covered the early game. Okay, what have we got? So for Saigon, we're on blue again. We've got Draven ban. We've got Silas ban. And they're actually banning the Gnar this time. They're taking Callista, and it's getting answered by Bel'Veth. I think it's a lot harder to play Bel'Veth if the enemy has Callista unless you go Ashe. Because it's like one of the only things that's going to get, with Caitlyn banned as well, and Aphelios banned, one of the only things that's going to win the bot lane into the Callista. I mean, Varus is not the worst, not the best though. I'm just going to use the same Bel'Veth thing. Pantheon Talia, that's interesting because it can go in multiple places. They can play Callista Pantheon here. They can play Pantheon top. What is it with the Frozen Heart build? I don't know. I'm not sure what the point of that thing is. It looks a little bit weak. Like, I can understand picking up a Frozen Heart on her maybe, but I don't understand why you would rush it. Okay, they're grabbing Ornn. See, this doesn't look very good for me again with the Bel'Veth. They're gonna scale very well. This team's gonna really, really scale. But Bel'Veth shouldn't be able to invade here. I mean, they're gonna R5 mid lane, so mid's gonna get prio. Actually, you might assume that Talia's mid, but Talia can play jungle too. So you might counterpick on R4 and try and get support counter as well, but I don't know if there's a single support counter in the game that makes Varus win lane into Callista Pantheon. Talia jungle, Panth might be able to go jungle too. Yeah, for sure. Could also be Pantheon top. They're getting rid of the Tahm Kench. That's probably okay. I mean, they're gonna need to snowball, so banning, like, I mean, Mad Lions banned Renata. I was thinking ban Renata on blue. But I think you should go like Callista Pantheon and try to smash, because you're already getting outscaled. I don't think there's any pick that stops you getting outscaled right now. I don't think there's anything you can pick. Okay, they're going Yuumi. You have like really high potential to smash bot lane if they go Yuumi. This draft is quick. This draft is very quick. Is it Vex again? It's Vex again. Okay. So now you wanna counterpick this mid lane and then counterpick the Ornn as well. So you want something like you can go Fiora or Gwen. You can go Camille as well. You just want something that's gonna push this Ornn in. You don't need to worry about scaling. I think they should probably go Azir in mid though. And then Talia jungle, Pantheon Callista bot. That's probably what I would do. I'm not sure what else would smack the Vex, but the Azir seems pretty good. They could play Syndra. They could play LeBlanc. No, LeBlanc's not good into Vex, is it? Okay, they're playing Callista set and they're going for Pantheon jungle, Talia mid. That's fine too. One thing I will say is that if they are going to not play Pantheon support, they should go Amumu, not set. Although set into the Ornn is like kind of okay, but I think Amumu's way better here. So this entire game is about just making sure your lanes are always pushing and you're moving around, doing more than the enemy. Your bot is winning super hard. Your top is also winning. Your mid is kind of even, but I think Talia wins the push. If Saigon isn't ahead by 15 minutes, the game looks pretty doomed. Absolutely. But they have 3 winning lanes and a very, very aggressive jungler. So it's all about, like, how fast they can get ahead. The thing is, right, the champions of Mad are, like, fairly good at resisting what Saigon want to do. Like, it's not the easiest game to snowball. And they scale quite quickly. Like, they all come online at, like, 2 items. They don't need 3. I think by 2 items, Mad are already winning. So I'd say it's definitely Mad favored, like, for sure. But the volatility and the potential for Buffalo is there. So I'm going to say, like, 40-60 to Saigon. Or, like, Saigon get 40 and Mad get 60. Maybe 35-65. Yeah, 35-65. I think it's very, very difficult for Saigon to win this. You don't mind the Alistair pick here, is at least good at denying ganks. Yeah, I think if you're going to play to deny ganks, there's probably better supports you can pick. Like, into Talia Pantheon, Janna's probably just a better Alistair here. He does give you some frontline, though. Something else that gives you frontline. Maybe Thresh? It's probably the best Alistair we've seen, but that doesn't make it good. It's not as bad as the usual spots he's picked in? Yeah, for sure. You think Alistair's better than Janna? I really hate Alistair. I think he's been extremely useless in every game we've seen him in. The champ just doesn't seem to do anything. In this spot? Maybe. Frontline and HP wise, yeah. I'd probably prefer Thresh. Like Janna more, she's better in lane, and you have Ornn. Yeah, you do already have the Ornn. And you have Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth becomes very tanky by 2-3 items. She's kind of like artificially tanky with her E, and she just heals a lot. Actually unbelievable to refuse to see Kaiser. It's actually unbelievable to see Kaiser refuse to play enchanters in any position. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, you could go Lulu here. Lulu would be pretty insane for Mad. Maybe Lulu's best in slot. Renata's okay too, but she's banned. Otherwise, I would consider her. Zilean would be great. I'm not sure on Zilean. Maybe. Poppy support. Poppy support sounds very good. Poppy support sounds very, very good. I do like Poppy. Why is Froggy losing mid so hard? Let me do my timer. There we go. Husband wasted his W. BJ's very, very behind. He's looking for an invade, but there's nothing for him to invade there. One thing I will say is that it would have been extremely grief if Elyoya had pathed top to bot. The fact that he pathed bot to top is good because his bot is obviously never going to have prior. But we've been seeing people do that at Worlds like quite frequently, where they're pathing into the lanes that don't have prior. And they just get invaded or, like, you know, fucked off of camps. It's been a bit awkward. Did Elyoya get enemy red? I don't think he got enemy red, did he? Enemy red's still up. So once Talia gets 6, this game starts looking very, very explosive for Saigon, or at least it should. They need to make it explosive. Hello. They need to make sure they get every dragon on spawn as well. Like, here, I think as soon as Kalista gets back to lane, they need to shove wave and go dragon. Talia needs to... It's good that the mid and bot reset at the same time, because that allows them to get back to lane at the same time, both shove and go immediate dragon. Take your argument back, Janna greater than Alistar, enabling Bel'Veth is more important than frontline tankiness. Yeah, kinda, I agree. And also just having like a more resilient lane. By resilient, I mean that like there's more potential to like trade onto Kalista instead of just like trying your best to just deal with the fact that she exists. Like there's not really much you can do against Kalista here. You just have to try and pick up farm where you can. So now Kalista set need to shove the wave. Talia needs to shove the wave. Pantheon can cross through mid and look for gank, but they really need to get these dragons rolling. I think going for top play here is maybe too slow. This should work, though. This should work. I mean, Armut's going to have to flash. Or not. Yeah, this is... The fact that they're giving up dragon for this is terrible. Ornn has cookies over futures market. That sucks. I don't even like inspiration in general. I think that like the best runes for Ornn are maybe like Taste of Blood Ultimate Hunter in your off tree. Like Taste of Blood heals as much as cookies would. And then you just have a lower cooldown ultimate on Ornn, which is extremely valuable. If you're playing like really, really hard weak side and you're finding it very difficult to survive, you could go, instead of Ultimate Hunter, you could go for like Ghost Porrow. Don't even like the Grasp. Grasp allows him to actually exist into Fiora, and he for sure needs Resolve Tree. So he needs to get Resolve Tree in some way. He needs Second Wind here. So I guess you could go Glacial with Resolve Second. Can't really think of anything better than that. The fact that Saigon gave up Dragon is really terrible for them. Like, you're playing Kalista lane with Pantheon Talia, and you're giving them first Dragon. I really think the set play should have been what I said, where mid and bot both shove and they just 4-man Dragon. Or just Spellbook? Yeah, maybe Spellbook. I don't think this is going to work for Saigon. I really don't think this is the play. This is like too forced. Well, they just lost the game. GG, Mad Lions. They legit just lost the game on the spot. Saigon Buffalo isn't very ahead at 20 minutes. It's doomed? Yeah, so it's doomed. Look at the game. Mad somehow with this draft got got Dragon early and now have 4 kills to 0. This game is over for Buffalo. Mad have to make really, really egregious mistakes to lose the game. Like, really egregious mistakes. The entire game is Mad Lions to lose now. Before, it was like Saigon had the opportunity to win. Now it's Mad Lions actually have to grief in order to lose. Otherwise, they will just win by default. I mean, I think this is fine. What Saigon are doing now, like, you may as well flip this Herald. Oh no, the game's just over. I mean, they flipped the Herald, they lost it. They can FF now, honestly. Like, Saigon can actually FF. I don't think the game's winnable. Really well played by Niski. Yeah, Niski played well. Saigon's decision making and macro this game have been really, really bad. It's like they don't understand what their draft wants to do. There's just not really a way for Saigon to win anymore. I guess we'll go next series. Might still be able to switch Wincon to side lane with Panthelia, but that's Omega Hopium. Their side lane's on. Fiora? Yeah, but Fiora's not ahead enough. Like, maybe you can win through side lane. Like, 5% chance. But I doubt it. In a world where Dragon Souls are as strong as they are, this playing through side lane is a lot more difficult. It's a lot less good. I'm not really sure if that's gonna work. I guess it is gonna work. I mean, at least they forced something. They don't really get anything for that, though. They use Froggy's Ghost, they use Pantheon ult. They get 300 gold, and then Niski just TPs back to lane and gets the wave anyway. Not great for Saigon. At least they got something, though. That's nice by Elyoya. He dodged the parry. Hazmed has to flash. Hazmed's dead anyway. Oh, Armor griefed. Armor didn't auto-attack him. Could Armor not have just auto-attacked him there? The difference is... Okay, Armor's gonna die. The difference with that play failing for Mad, though, is that Mad don't really need it to succeed. I think, so if it was DRX playing instead of Mad, like what we've seen out of DRX, they just wouldn't have gone for the play. They would, like, DRX would ironically just wait until they win. DRX would become extremely low activity now, and just do essentially nothing but farm. Mad kind of flipped to try and accelerate and win quicker. They tried to win more when they're already winning, and they got punished for it. But it's okay. I still don't think they're capable of losing. Let's see what soul we get. I don't think there's any souls that can win the game for Saigon, though, because Hextech's not an option. It's Cloud. Okay, so even if Saigon get every dragon, I still don't think they win now, because it's Cloud. The only person it really benefits is... maybe Fiora. Like, when she ults the Ornn, she can proc the Vitals faster with the move speed. Pantheon maybe, but doesn't he, like, get it before he lands? Or does he get it when he lands? Cloud Soul 93%, that's true. But I think Saigon might be the 7%. Okay. I mean, they got Flash out of both Elyoya and Niski there. But now they don't have Pantheon ult, so there's like a big timer until they can make their next play. Oh, the chain's missed. Oh well, they traded... oh, Unforgiving can just die. No, he's fine, he's fine. He used both summoners though. I mean, Saigon keep getting a lot of summoner spells out of Mad. I feel like Fiora maybe shouldn't have gone... It's hard to say, because the original win condition was playing through Pantheon Talia, but now that the only way that they can win is through Fiora, it would be way better if he had, like, Conqueror with Trinity to just be as strong individually as possible. I don't know. This is more than likely a 3-1 though. What I think is really sad is that I think both of these teams would crush the other two teams that are playing today. Because it's Loud versus DFM, right? I think both of these teams would smack both of those teams. It's unfortunate for these two that they're in the same group, but it's just the way group draws work, I guess. Mad are just stomping this fight. Now Fiora's dead. Now Talia's dead. And now they get Herald. They shouldn't chase. Maybe they can chase with Vex, but yeah, no. Chasing looks a bit optimistic. Like, they could have had Herald by now. Grab Herald. Empower your Belveth. Push lane with your Belveth. Grab Drake. But they chased and now they don't get Herald. Elioya's got the James Bond score, the 007. Oh dear. Now we get to just watch Mad Stomp, I guess. I think Mad can even ignore Dragon and just hard push top. Like, take the wave, let Belveth be in range of the wave so that she summons the little giblets and push the wave with them. Strange looking Belveth. Belveth isn't in this website, so I used Rek'Sai instead. What do you think you're doing in my stream anyway, Jake? Who gave you permission to be in here? Huh? Who said you could join? You dirty Aurelian soul main. There's like really no way for Saigon to win anymore, is there? Side lane's even completely lost because of the Herald. The hell is that? Did you just put a monkey in my chat? Alright. Yeah, guys, I like how Foz was like, I'll be back soon, and the series just ends before he gets back. This game's kinda boring to watch, because it's optimal for Mad to just do nothing. But they're winning anyway, so it's not even like Saigon can do anything. Like the Mad DRX one was really fun because Mad could do things, but DRX just needed to survive. And it was like this constant tension of like, are Mad going to be able to do it? But this game, it's like, are Mad going to be able to do it? But yeah, obviously. Well, you picked him Pick'em on... Oh, was I meant to do Pick'em? Oops. I don't think I did Pick'em. Oops. I'm picking DFM. Whoopsie. I didn't realize I was meant to do that. I'll make sure to do Pick'em from now on, I guess. Unforgiven died while I was doing that. Has Elyoya got Mythic yet? He does not have Mythic, he's getting there. I wonder how many Lavender stacks he has. He's gonna have a lot. Oh, Elyoya missed DW onto Taki. And then he cancelled an auto. That was kind of sloppy by Elyoya. Niski has a death cap, guys. So 52 on Lavender stacks. That's not bad. I don't know how much attack speed that equivalates to at level 11. I know that's 52% attack speed at level 18, but it scales based on level, so it's probably somewhere around like 30% attack speed for free from Lavender stacks, which is pretty good. I don't know if oh, he should the set missed the Haymaker onto Belveth. But I don't know whether I like the fact that Mad are looking for a play here. It's very not DRX. Elyoya is dead. No way, BJ. No. Okay. He kills him. I mean, it doesn't go terribly for Mad, but it does just give Saigon a way to like win a fight. Whereas if you just don't take the fight, then Saigon can never win it. You know? Yeah, Mad kind of allowed them to do that. I said at the start I don't think Mad should be looking for this. It's really weird that DRX are the only team that can play... Like, if we consider it like card game decks, you know, like DRX are the only ones that can play control. They're the only ones that understand like when to start using their cards to hit face instead of to clear board. Like Mad just tried to hit face when they should still be clearing board. If any of you play card games and understand that analogy, let me know. If not, I can try to explain it. You prefer playing mill stuff in League? Well, mill is like what's an example of mill in League? Maybe like proxy singed is like mill, because you start denying the enemy resources. Proxy singed, proxy Ramus, things like that. I'd equivalent that to mill. Mad are looking to flip a Baron again. Just stop. Just wait for another couple of items, and then win. when you have all your Ornn upgrades, Varus has 3 items, Vex has 3 items, Bel'Veth has 3 items, I don't think you can lose. Also, why does Alistair have Even Shroud? Why does Alistair not have Locket? There's just no reason. Unforgiven should live. Yep, he lives. Pantheon should die. Okay, he gets out. He has the Hexdrinker shield. I mean, Mad are overcommitting again. Mad just need to calm down. This is really sad to watch from Mad. Like, what Mad are doing here, if you equivalent it to like a card game, let's say you have a card that does 5 damage, and the enemy has a minion out or creature out that is like 20 power and 5 toughness, and instead of using the card that does 5 damage on that creature, you send it face. Like, that's what Mad are doing. They just need to, like, chill. Just keep clearing the board, keep waiting until the enemy runs out of resources, because eventually that enemy that's playing really fast cards are going to run out of cards, and you're still going to have cards. All the card game analogies, I think that's like the best comparison to draft in League of Legends. Like, these champions are essentially cards in a card game. You're kind of picking like 5 cards each. You can ban 5 cards each, and certain decks beat other decks. Wrong game, that's Runeterra? Yeah, true. What are you doing right now, Jake? Are you just watching this, or are you playing a game? I'm not sure about that wall. Alright, mad win. I mean, they were trying to grief it for quite a while, but they've won now. Unfortunately for Buffalo, they needed Mad to throw 3 times, but they only threw twice. Jesus, Mad's champions just do so much more damage than Saigons now. And they're so much tankier as well. Yoya's a little bit far forward there, though. They're still going a little too fast. I'll have to bear this in mind if we see Mad versus EG and Mad draft like a slow comp. I have to bear in mind that they're not the cleanest at executing it, though EG just aren't the cleanest in general, so... I mean, I would expect Mad to beat EG in a best of 5. Which is what it's most likely going to be. I don't think either of Loud or DFM can beat RNG, like not even one game, so... That one's a bit of a write-off. Do we live in the timeline where NA gets half the seeds of every other major region? The series will be a mess. EG Mad? Probably. It'll probably be a mess. Mad are probably too strong to lose at this point. As long as they don't play like absolute fools. I think they could have just ended with Fiora being top. I don't think Saigon can possibly win a 4v5, but I mean, maybe they're just worried that they're going to throw again, and then if they throw now, Fiora could end the game. But if you're getting to the point where you're throwing so much that you're worried about throwing again, probably just playing badly. Vex now has Void Staff. Varus now has Last Whisper. Bel'Veth now has Randuin's Omen. And it's very difficult for Saigon to ever win a fight. If B&J dies here, I think they just lose the game off of it. I think Saigon have to hard commit to this fight. I don't think they can let anyone die. They just have to hard commit and hope they can win a fight. I don't think they can possibly win it. I mean, it's not going terribly, honestly. I was watching Elyoya, Armut, and Hazmed. I wasn't watching Unforgiven there. What happened to Unforgiven? Did he just get Pantheon to Leard? Taki should be dead. He's got Flash, though. Elyoya tried to predict the Flash and walked around. Can you grab the Lavender to jump in, like, over the wall? Is that something Bel'Veth can do? Could he have jumped on, they're gaming? They are gaming. Could he have jumped on Callista there? So let's watch this fight again, but look at Unforgiven. So he's coming in there. He throws his W. He stood in melee range of Pantheon, but that's fine. He gets set dunked on him. He cleanses the set E. So it looks fine for Unforgiven right now. He's running into them on his own, though. Yeah, I guess it's a bit awkward. Pantheon ults behind him, and his team all chase Fiora, and he's just kind of left in no man's land. They need to start playing around Varus now. Mad need to peel for Varus. Varus will actually just kill them all. He has more damage than, like, all 3 carries of Saigon combined. They're just letting him die. Look at little Bel'Veth nibblers. Trying to nibble their base. Tons of them. I wonder how many Lavender stacks Elyoya has now. Elyoya's stacking up his ult passive onto Hazmed, but Hazmed's killing him. Oh, Elyoya's got so many ult stacks onto Hazmed, he's melting him. Yeah, he's dead. That's game. One thing you've got to be really careful of with Bel'Veth is if she, before the fight, if she just gets a few autos on you to, like, start ramping up that ult passive, then when you do commit in, she's already got the ult passive ramped up, and she presses E and it deletes you. That's what happened to Hazmed there. So if we look at Bel'Veth, so Bel'Veth's ult on passive does every 2 attacks does bonus true damage and grants a stack of Banquet that increases the damage by the same value. So every 2 attacks you gain an extra set of true damage. So you, like, start ramping up the true damage, and then when you press your E here, you hit them a ton of times, hitting them with loads of attack speed. I don't know how many attacks she does. She does a lot of attacks in her E, and if you've ramped up your passive from Endless Banquet, then it deletes people. Alright. there was an attempt from Saigon Buffalo. There was an attempt from Mad to throw, honestly, in that game. But they failed to throw. You love the last two drafts from Mad? I mean, Mad really liked the Belveth. I think this one was much better than the one before. The one before, it was a bit too hard to pull off Belveth. But that didn't stop them. Also, like, the game before, Mad went for the red buff into cross through mid into their own red, but like the red buff invade into cross through mid, the exact same thing they did versus DRX. And Saigon just sort of let it happen, despite having a stronger bot side. But Mad were clearly the better team today. Like, even the game that Saigon won, they won it with like a cheesy Vayne top. And Armor just getting clapped. So there wasn't a lot of room for Saigon to win. They just got outplayed. Even though Mad tried to lose that last game. How do you feel about Poppy here instead of Pantheon? That's like the opposite of what you want to do if you're Saigon. They'd already committed so hard with Callista and, well, pretty much with Callista, to playing through bot and hard snowballing. Like, I think if Hecarim wasn't banned, they could go for something like Hecarim. But Poppy's not the best at like playing around Callista and accelerating. You need something that accelerates you because they'd already got Belveth Horn. They're clearly going to outscale you. Because they can just pick a AD carrier that outscales you as well. Because you've got Callista. You go like Jarvan. I think Nocturne might be good. Because then anyone that goes into side lane you can pick off. Alright, BRB. Hello. Ah. Right, do we have is this game now? This series, I mean? Schedule. Yeah, it starts at midnight, but will it start at midnight or will they just start it now? I would hope they start it now. Get it rolling. At least tomorrow I know that it's starting early, so I can be on time. So this is EG versus Mad. And this is RNG versus winner of this. So this can kind of go either way, but Mad probably win, and this is just RNG win. think that's why it started early. There's the second best of 5. Yeah, that's definitely why it started early. I just didn't think they would do it. Because on average, a best of 5 is going to give you 8 games, and there was 8 games every other day. A best of 5 is going to give you 4 games, and there was 8 games every other day. So, like, 2 best of 5s in one day seems fine. Don't know how I feel about Vex. She feels really weird because she wants to go forward with ult, but the rest of her kit feels very disengagey. I think all of her kit is good for going forwards. What Vex wants to do is kind of like poke and then like chunk them out and then engage. Kind of like Corki can do with his rockets and then package. But she doesn't have the same range. I mean, she engages from further away, but she doesn't poke from as far. Haven't seen a team comp yet where I like Vex is nuts here. Let's see if we can create one, I guess. Okay, so we go like let's say we B1 at Aatrox, pretty standard, and then we go like Maokai, we take Misfortune, the R1, R2, that's pretty standard. And then maybe it's like Fnatic, so they go Victor, and they go, let's say they pick like an AD. Maybe they go... let's say they go like Varus, right? Like we just saw Varus. Maybe they want Varus, right? Just as a hypothetical. And then we say, okay, well, we're going to take... into this Aatrox, we're going to take Irelia. We're going to counterpick it. Okay? And then bans go through, come through. Varus decides that he wants to play like with Renata. I like Renata. On here, by the way, we pick the Vex. No, maybe we don't pick Vex yet. I think yeah, we go Vex because then they don't know where the Maokai's going. So we pick the Vex here. They take the Renata to get some disengage because they see like these engage tools, and then they need jungle, so they want something with disengage. So let's say they take like Xin Zhao maybe, or they can take Poppy. So Poppy. And then we go for something like... normally I would go Jarvan, but into Poppy I guess I wouldn't. But you're looking for like this combo where you have other people that are in, like maybe Nocturne here. You have these other people that are setting her up. So you're Maokai ulting at them, you're Nocturne ulting, everyone's going in, like Irelia is going in, you're layering Misfortune on top of it, and Vex is going in. And it's kind of hard for their champs to like do anything about the Vex going in. Like this is like the Vex angle. Or maybe they don't do Renata here, maybe they do like maybe they don't do Varus. Maybe they play like a Caitlyn lane. So they grab Caitlyn here and they grab Lux here. Second shield's in, she just gets blown up and anti-dash isn't used at all. No, the anti-dash isn't important. She ults in, she immediately fears all of them with W. What are they missing? They're missing jungle. So maybe they go for like what are people playing in jungle right now? They go Trundle. They draft this. And we do this. This is like the Vex angle. The Vex doesn't get blown up because as soon as she goes in, she's CCing everyone. I don't know how long she fears them for, but she fears them all. Everyone inside the Jarvanalt's getting feared for... she doesn't need to kill Aatrox, Aurelia kills him. But they just blow up, like, the 3 range champions. So in late game teamfights, it's going to start fearing people for 1.5 seconds, AoE. It's level 13 onwards. Goes in, fears them all, does a ton of AoE damage, resets, kills someone else. But I mean, it's not Vex's job to kill it. Like, Aatrox, who's Aatrox killing on... like, who is Aatrox threatening here, you know? She doesn't really need to kill him. Aurelia will just kill him. After the 3 range champs die, Aurelia will clean up for sure. Trundle Aatrox aren't killing Aurelia. But then why not Azir? Like, he kind of does the same. Kinda. I mean, Azir's really good. Maybe Azir's banned? Azir has a little bit of anti-synergy with Jarvan as well, where he kind of pushes them out of Jarvan ult sometimes. When you want them all like clumped up for the Aurelia ult, the Maokai ult, the MF ult. But yeah, the best thing about her is how safely she fits into a combo comp, because I mean, you can do this too. Or Liss or Vlad. I mean, Vlad can't get in. That's the issue with Vlad. Liss is okay. Liss can E in. But Vlad can't really, like, get into the combo. You know, if Jarvan... If you got these guys here, and Jarvan's, like, on a flank, and we imagine Liss is Vlad, and they're, like, back here, and Aurelia's maybe on this flank. We Maokai ult, we Jarvan ult, Aurelia ults in, and Vlad's ult, like, back here. Because Vlad can't step up here on his own. Yeah, Vladimir's better going backwards. But whereas Liss here can E into it and then... Wait, I just realised what I'm doing you can't see because of the spreadsheet. Yeah. So, like, you want your Jarvan on the flank here and maybe your Aurelia on the flank here. And your Jarvan comes in with the ult, Aurelia ults and goes in. Maokai throws his ult down, MF walks up and ults on top of it, and Liss can E in an ult, whereas if it's Vlad instead, Vlad struggles to really contribute, because he's just sort of here and he's like, well, I can't get through the Jarvan wall, so I guess I'll just put ult on top of them and wait until the wall's gone, and then I'll go in. It's a bit more awkward for Vlad. Okay, nice. Coming up next, Loud versus the FM in 56 seconds. That's what we like. Don't have to wait until midnight. Because that's an hour and a half break that it would be. I'm glad they're actually playing the series. I'm going to say DFM 3-1. What do you guys think? Nivea does more damage at range. And Nivea's range is nowhere near as long as Vex's, though. Nivea likes when people have to run at her, because she's got that sort of range where she makes it hard for people to approach her, but she's not got like enough range to follow up on an engage that's happening at the other side of the lane. Like, her Q goes 100, so her Q is pretty long, but I don't think she can channel ult from nearly as far, right? Because she has to walk up to 750 to drop it. I know she can back off to 1000 once she's dropped it, But this is why she's good at going backwards, because she drops it and then moves backwards, and then it's got longer range than where she dropped it, you know? Because she can tether it from further than she can actually place it. So in terms of like an engage, her ult's got 750 range, whereas if you're disengaging, it's kind of got 1000 range. It's a lot. It's like 33% more range when you're going backwards. Whereas Vex actually has really long range just on her Q as well. Q... Mistral Bolt. Width, range, 1200 range. It's pretty long. E has 800, it's not quite as long. So I don't think Vex needs to put herself in danger, because if she's following into a combo, she's not really in danger, because they're dead. Still a bit hard for you to understand why we see so much Vex. I think there's too much Vex. I think there's a lot of angles where Vex isn't great. The other reason people pick Vex is for her lane phase against champions with dashes. She does a lot of that, like, it's why we used to see, like, when Ahri was really prevalent and enemy wanted to draft combo, they would draft Vex because of the passive. Oops. This here is called Gloom, I think. So nearby enemy champions and monsters that dash or blink will be marked with Gloom. Vex's next basic attack will detonate the mark, dealing 30 to 140% plus 20% bonus magic damage. So, like, you play against Ahri, she ults, you auto her, she ults, you auto her, she ults, you auto her. And you get 3 of these Gloom procs. You do a lot of damage to them. So every time Silas tries to go forwards, Vex can Gloom proc him, and then whenever he heals with W, she can Gloom proc him again, because that's also a dash. Or like against the Akali, she can Gloom proc whenever she E's, whenever she uses both of her ults. So she's a lot better in lane against melee champions that she can bully with Q and like proc lots of Glooms on. Like, I saw Vex picked into Aurelia, because every time Aurelia would Q, they would just Gloom proc on her. Don't think there's many other champions that can like follow engages from as far as she can either. I mean, you can kind of say Xerath with ult. Xerath could literally just sit here and follow the engage, and if they're all inside a Jarvan ult, it's fine. But then Xerath is going to struggle into some lanes that Vex is going to win. This was my tier list for mid laners coming into the tournament before I'd like seen a lot of stuff. But this was what I thought was Worlds was going to be like with mid laners. Although, of course, I didn't expect people to actually pick the Z tier champions. But I think if people do pick them, that's how good they are. But I think for the most part, I've kind of been right. I think Akali has been better than she should have, but I think a lot of that has been Zeka playing Akali extremely well. Ziggs, Rumble, Seraphine, Galio. Oh, in terms of following from afar, yeah, Ziggs can. He doesn't do as much damage. Like Galio, again, not as much damage, but brings CC. Like, if you need magic damage in your comp, then Vex is going to do way more than Galio. Ziggs is okay. Again, Ziggs loses lane into things like Aurelia, though. Like, he just gets solo killed. Whereas Vex wins. I think he'd probably struggle against Ahri as well. Are we going into draft? Loud on red side? No, loud on blue side. Alright. What are we gonna get? Trundle ban? Seems a bit odd. Silas ban? Kai'Sa ban. Okay, so there's no way they can ban Caitlyn, Maokai, Hecarim, and Aatrox. There's Aatrox. And also Graves. I feel like people are forgetting about Graves. RNG seems to be the only team that are not forgetting Graves. Akali's just played by the better teams most of the time? Yeah. I think Akali was the main one that I missed the mark on with that tier list. I think the rest of it was pretty okay. But I don't know if Akali's actually that good, so maybe I was right. Hecarim open. Hecarim and Maokai. Will we get a trade? Oops, wrong Kali. There's Maokai. I would go Misfortune Hecarim now. And then probably a Mumu on 3. Azir's fine. I like Azir as well. You can go Azir MF, you can go Azir Hecarim. Azir Hecarim's very good. Cool. I want Azir. I'm fine with that. Nah, I don't like Nah. So a part of why I don't like Nah is that it breaks flex as well, but not like these teams actually consider Azir a flex. Yo! Yeah, there's MF. I mean, they can even go Hecarim now as well on blue. I think blue are getting much. I mean, Azir's very, very, very good, but nah, not so good. I think blue are getting the better end of the draft so far. Who do you think is winning this series? I'd say DFM 3-1. I mean, Loud's draft looks so strong right now. DFM need to I mean, DFM could go Kalista. It would be really nice. They should. I think they should grab Xayah before it's banned. I mean, Sedge I don't like because it denies the Kalista option. Not Kalista, Kindred. Did I say Kalista before? I meant Kindred. Kindred and Xayah would be good for them. And then they can maybe Renata on 5. They can also maybe Rakan on 5. Sandra ban. Loud should probably ban Xayah, like I said. Ezreal's an okay ban as well. Sedge also no flex anymore? Yeah. It's true. I mean, maybe they're like Dom one and they can play Yasuo Sejuani bot. But I doubt it. Yasuo would actually be kind of sick here into Misfortune ult and the Maokai ult. Like, the Wind Wall denies so much of their comp. Maybe they could play Samira. Maybe they could just go Braum as well. They're grabbing Caitlyn. Okay, I think Morgana is a lot better than Lux here. It should for sure be Morgana on 5. Renata's okay as well. Morgana or Renata on 5. I think blinding both solo lanes is a bit of an issue though. Like, Caitlyn is a lot more blindable than anything they picked. So Akali's something that we see occasionally into Azir. It is a good matchup for an Akali, but obviously Azir outscales. It's not the easiest comp to play Akali into. She's got to make sure that she's avoiding Caitlyn traps, got to play around Sejuani. Got to make sure she's not going in when Nars mega. Olaf. I feel like Olaf wouldn't be the best champion into Gnar, honestly. Lux is worse than Morgana here. They have so much CC that Caitlyn is so threatened. There you go. They swapped to Morg. There you go. Alright, who won this draft? If it was Lux on 5, 100% Blue would win. Because it's Morg, I think maybe Red win. Morg is really insane here, by the way. You know, if Morg ults, I'm pretty sure it reveals Akali in her Shroud. That's a really nice interaction. I think Caitlyn and Morg are going to win this bot lane really hard. Azir is fine in mid. It's like a good matchup for Akali, but it's still fine for Azir. I would say that Gnar would be okay into Olaf too. And, I mean, Azir's outscaling. Caitlyn scales pretty evenly with MF. Gnar is so off-theme, sadly, but I prefer Red Draft. I tend to agree. I mean, I don't like Sejuani either. Imagine they had, like, instead of Gnar Sedge, imagine they were playing, like, Ornn Kindred. I think that would be insane. They could go Gangplank Kindred too, but then they're very squishy, and Gangplanks are prone to getting countered. They could even, you know what would be really nice? Gragas Kindred. So that if they do try to fight you in the Kindred ult, you can Gragas ult them out, but you also just have the Gragas ult for disengage, because you already have the Azir ult to knock people out of Kindred ult. So little range on blue side? Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely red favoured. Question is how much? So blue really need to get ahead. I think this the Olaf pick, I mean, is very volatile. What's interesting is we haven't seen this into Aatrox, but I think it's a good answer into Aatrox. So we'll see. I'm going to say it's like 60-40 here to DFM. Let's watch it and see how it goes. I'm going to set up the timer. I was on it with that timer. Olaf doesn't have the enchanter, so he drops off a cliff after 2 items. That's also true. The scaling's very, very favoured to DFM. I think Morgana makes it too hard to execute. If it was Lux, it would be a lot easier to execute. Oh. Why is Harp getting hit by... Oh my god, he's been hit by 3 Amumu Qs in 2 minutes. Can he just position behind the creeps for like a moment? Like, not next to the creeps, but just in line with them. Oh my god, what was that? What the fuck was that? He just E'd backwards. What? What am I watching? Jesus Christ, man. So Hop, after already being hit by an Amumu Q, he walks up for Q, gets hit by another Amumu Q, flashes away, and then gets hit by another Amumu Q. And then Utapon steps up for farm when his support's dead and gets hit by another Amumu Q, E's backwards for no reason, and then has to cleanse flash. That's probably the worst bot lane 2v2 I've seen all tournament. Good job, DFM. The Olaf pick looks a bit terrible here. Maybe at 6 it gets better, but it's not looking great. Yeah, he backwards. I don't know. Spot lane of DFM are just, I don't know. I don't know, guys. His DFM stands for Death for Morgana. Maybe it stands for Dumb Fuck Morgana. I don't know. This Morgana has not landed a Q, I swear. Oh, and they're getting hit by... He missed Q and then he was late on Black Shield. He missed Q and then he was late on Black Shield, so Caitlyn got Amumu Q'd anyway. Like, it still stunned him. Yeah, oh my god. This Morg player. Maybe this is why we haven't been seeing any Morgana. I didn't realize the champ was so difficult to play. My bad, guys. Morgana is actually just a bad champion all along. Yeah, true. The problem Morgana has as a champion is that the Black Shield doesn't actually prevent CC because the CC hits you before you... Like, it's impossible to have the reaction times to Black Shield and Amumu Q. No one's that good. You think Keria could have Black Shielded that Amumu Q? I don't think so. You think Missing could have Black Shielded that? Nope. If you think so, you're wrong. It's impossible. Also, hitting Morgana Q is literally impossible, especially into melee champions. Champion's just terrible. It's like unplayably bad. I miss Foz, man. I'm moulding all alone. Okay, at least he Black Shielded that one. He's too far forward. He just used Black Shield. He's just going to get queued again. Look at him. What's he doing? What's he doing? Morgana has some sort of like bandage magnet. He's invented the technology that like, you know, like how magnets attract metal? He's invented some technology that attracts cloth. Like whenever a Mumu throws the cloth of the bandage near him, it just latches onto him. Not alone, man, trust me. Yeah, he's got the technology. It just vacuum sucks any cloth near him into him. Guarantees hit. I really hope that the Olaf axe isn't like doesn't have the handle wrapped in cloth, because otherwise they might automatically hit him as well, and that would be really unfortunate. Why did Olaf ult so late? Was it down? Must have been down. I mean, the Olaf, as I expected, isn't really a good answer into Gnar. But so far, have we seen Robo succeed on anything other than Aatrox, really? He's kind of been one of the Aatrox one-tricks. Loud, it's just a Death Ball lineup? Pretty much. They need to fight a lot, and they need to fight successfully, and if it gets to 3 items, they're going to lose. But their bot... The thing Loud have going for them is that their bot are smashing lane, but they should be losing, based on draft. The bot should be behind in gold, not ahead. I mean, Maokai Flash just got kind of wasted. They took Azir's ult, but Azir is playing very well in the lane, given that this is an Akali-sided matchup. Like, when we saw Jojo, well, Zeka and even Jojo, I think, played this matchup, the Akali was actually staying even to ahead in CS. The Akali's down like 20. It's going really, really well for Azir in the mid lane. Definitely DFM's saving grace right now. The lane that should be winning for Loud is losing, and the lane that should be winning for DFM is also losing. It's a very interesting game we're watching. Oh, Harp nearly hit a Morgana Q. When do you think he's going to land one? Oh dear me. Say this is far from the most exciting series I've ever watched. I mean, it's looking like it's getting better for Kate Morg, but again, he just misses Q. Oh, the Q miss was a bait, though. He definitely missed Q on purpose there, for sure. Bro, look at Azir Chovying. He's 119 CS at 11 minutes. I mean, that's the old Jinner mid laner. He's called Yaharong now, but he used to be called Grace. So he is an LCK player. Jinner Greenwing's Grace is now DFM Yaharong. Did you see that? I thought it was impossible. I thought it was impossible to Black Shield a Mumu Q, but he did it. Wait, that was such a bad stopwatch. Oh my god, the Amumu Q. The Morgana Q. Oh dear me. Oh dear. Apart from the E backwards at level 2 or whatever, the Caitlyn's playing fine. The Caitlyn played that entire thing well. The Morgana's just a little bit... Let's say she's a little bit gapped. Let's say she's a little bit gapped. How about that? So Olaf's going Stridebreaker. He's not got a lead at all. So I guess it's a scaling Olaf. Maybe he knows something we don't. I don't know. Azir is chilling. He's also got Leandries, which is very, very good. I like the Leandries a lot here. That Herald seems like a bit of a waste. I feel like they could have looked for a play somewhere and then got something with the Herald instead of just a couple of plays. Probably what you want to do when you try to accelerate as loud. In fact, you're actually just giving Azir more XP and 25 gold as well. It is only 25 gold, but he gets a decent chunk of XP for killing the Herald in mid there. Azir has 148 CS at 13 minutes. Azir is absolutely chilling. Akali is not levering this matchup at all. The slower the game goes, the better for DFM. Yes, that's right. Because Gnar will slightly outscale Olaf. I mean, Gnar falls off a bit too, but Olaf falls off more. Azir is just hard outscaling everyone. And then the scaling in bot lane's pretty equal. But Azir is the reason that a later game is so big for DFM. He really is going to take over this game by the looks of things. What's the gap in overall gold? Because the bot lane of Loud is very, very ahead, but Azir is up like 42 CS. Just off of laning. He's up 42 CS, so DFM actually have a gold lead. Azir is Yaharong is playing really well this game. I feel like Grace was such a good name. Why did he change it to Yaharong? Grace was a sick name. Maybe it's because it's a woman's name and he doesn't want a woman's name, but I think it sounds cool. Alright, I guess you let Caitlyn take this tower and then you rotate? Go Dragon and then put Kate mid. Trading Dragon for Herald I think actually benefits DFM. Since Loud have already got one, it gives them extra time instead of letting them like stack towards Sol. They might lose mid tower here. I think Azir might be able to defend it though. Okay, that Maokai ult's pretty creative and I like it. They Maokai ult to stop them rotating into mid so they can't defend the Herald play. DFM really does stand for deaths for Morgana. To be honest, all of DFM are playing like really well except Top. Putting Akali into Gnar? Probably not. I think you'd prefer Akali. Well, maybe Azir is too fed for Akali to deal with. Maybe you have to hope that Olaf can like run at him with ult and like ult through his wall as he brings it out or something. And kill him. I don't know. I think Azir is pretty hard to stop Azir this game. And Azir is also going Sulk Shoes into Shadow Flame, probably into Deathcap third. I think Azir 200 CS at 17 minutes. This guy kills everyone. He needs another 4,000, 5,000 gold. And then he will actually just be killing everyone. He's already gotten 5,000 gold, so all he needs to do is like farm as much as he's already farmed again. Maybe pick up a kill somewhere. Okay, they're going for the Olaf thing. He's dead. Oh, he gets out. Wait, Caitlyn ult. W? Yeah, W. I think he's got W again by now. Olaf has W, right? No, he doesn't. Okay. I mean, that Maokai ult doesn't have the range. Yeah, it's too far away to hit them. Yeah, since they changed the Olaf to have the like permanent ult if he keeps hitting people, he does need to hit people, otherwise it's only like a 3-second ult. So what happened there is his ult expired, so Yaharong just ulted him into the tower. But I mean, that just gave Azir more gold. He got assist gold. So it's getting even closer to the Shadow Flame death cap where Azir just kills everyone in the entire game. It's pretty scary. Maokai's gone for Demonic Embrace, I guess just to try and have some more damage to accelerate faster. Which I guess I don't hate that. I think this is looking like a DFM win though. I'm not sure if DFM are strong enough to 5v5 for this dragon. I would probably elect to just give this dragon and maybe fight the next one. Because they were fortunate enough that they got the ocean dragon, right? So they're not 2 dragons down, they're only 1 down. And given that Morgana is top right now, maybe they are electing to give it. That's fine. They don't need this Mountain Drake. It feels nice if they get it, and it feels nice if Loud don't get it. Like, it feels nice for DFM if Loud don't get it. But they don't need it. Good presence of mind. Not the rune, like literally presence of mind from Yaharang to back off when Amumu's hovering. He's just waiting for the wave. There's now a 50 CS lead in mid. Just keeps going up by like 10 every few. Resident Sleeper? Yeah, kinda. This is kind of the problem that I have with the game though, like... Or like with a lot of fan reaction to the game, is that fans often want teams to play bad because it's more entertaining. But what DFM are doing is correct. Even though it's really boring, they're playing correctly. So it's kind of Loud. Loud need to play in a way to create advantages, but they're not really doing that. So now that Olaf has teleported in, I think they should just push mid instead of going for Drake. Just push mid and hit the turret and ignore the Drake. You can give this one while you're still trying to collect gold. Yeah, there's the Maokai ult. You should not engage into the Maokai ult. Just focus Olaf down. Sejuani engaged into the Maokai ult there. That was the problem for DFM. They just needed to back off. It's not the worst though. Azir still got a kill in that exchange, so Azir's getting even closer. Oh, he built a verdant barrier. I have no idea what that's for, and it's just slowing him down towards death cap. For what reason does Azir need verdant barrier? I mean, it's fine. Azir can build whatever he wants, and he'll still scale. But he could for sure be building better than this. Oops. I mean, the fact that Dragon goes over to DFM makes that 2-for-1 fight very, very worth it. Can Loud do this? DFM don't know. They're gonna find out. I think they know now. I don't think Loud can do this anymore. Yaharong is there as well. Yaharong can slide in and ult them. And it will really fucking hurt. Okay, I think they just kill Akali. Give it to Azir? Ah. It can be entertaining if teams actually knew how to make correct rotations according to their draft. Yeah. I think that's why LPL versus LCK is always so fun. Because LPL tend to play like really high tempo and LCK tend to play like low tempo. But the LPL teams are good at playing high tempo. But then every now and again you get a Korean team that plays with the precision of a Korean team, but also the tempo of a Chinese team, like Damwon in 2020, and they just look unbeatable. I think that's kind of Gen G right now. They're like somewhere between LPL and traditional LCK, and they just look really good at everything. I think maybe Harp should have just let himself die to Maokai. I don't think it matters if Maokai gets a kill. But I think Morgana having flash can matter. I think he should actually just let that sapling kill him. Oh, Yaharong! You griefer! He just missed his ult. Yaharong. Yaharong, Yaharong, Yaharong. You dirty griefing boy. Well, if we have two of those teams, then the one with the better scaling draft will probably win. Oh, you mean what if there's two... I was saying if there's two like really slow, precise teams. If there's two teams that are very precise and very active, then we have a really interesting match in finals, I guess. Okay. Azir should get Hourglass? I don't think so. I don't think he needs it. I think he should just go full damage. Shadow Flame, Deathcap. I'm not really sure what he would need Hourglass for. Unless he's out of position, people shouldn't be getting on him. It's way better to build damage and position well than it is to, like, compensate for bad positioning with items. DFM are winning this, because Azir's TPing in. Yaharog's a little bit ambitious. No, it's fine. He's too fed. What does Azir have? WEQ? Yep. Dead. Azir didn't even manage to shop before that fight, so he's got a lot of gold now. Because he had gold to spend before that, but he TP'd in straight from side lane. He didn't go to the shop. I mean, he's gonna kill Caitlyn. He's gonna die, though. Never mind, maybe he gets out with Ghost. It's pretty good for Loud. Okay, he's dead. They should give it to Gnar, not Sedge. There you go. Honestly, the fact that Upon and Harp didn't use their summoner spells there is really good. Because now they're alive with summoner spells, they can go to Drake, and Olaf is dead. So they might be able to... The fact that just they didn't waste their summoners and panic, it's probably not even worth for Robo to ghost and kill them both there. Because now DFM are going to get Drake. Potentially. In theory, they're going to get Drake now, because it's 5v4. Azir went into Banshee's Veil, he's now going into Nash's, so what confuses me is why does he have a Hextech alternator? He's kind of Walmarting his build a bit. Does Robo have ult? He does. I mean, Yaharong's just killing everyone. Okay. Utapon with a really nice outplay. I think DFM have already outscaled now. I think it's a bit too late for Loud. They're also one Drake away from all being pretty unkillable. So, I think Loud's game 1 is over. And DFM have won. The more I think about this draft, by the way, the more I think DFM just won it harder than I first thought. They even played badly and the draft just looks good. I think it's a 70-30, not a 60-40. Just looks, I don't know. The more I think, like, what I was concerned about was that maybe I was wrong and Olaf is really good into Gnar, but I was assuming it wasn't, because I thought it wasn't, right? If you remember when I was talking about the draft. But it turns out it's just not. Like, Gnar actually is fine into Olaf. So, yeah. I like Gnar's build. My favourite build for Gnar is the Trinity Force into full tank, which is what he's got. He's got Triforce into full tank. He doesn't need more damage than Triforce. I don't know if DFM should force this. If they're looking to turn, they really need to wait for Mega Gnar. I think this is a really awkward timer for them. But there's no Mega Gnar right now. It's on cooldown. Gnar just ran into melee range in mini. This is really bad for DFM. Gnar's already dead. Yeah, that was pretty bad setup for DFM. I'm not sure what they're doing. That's a big throw. Harp is sprinting it this game. He is. 3-0. I predicted 3-1. I'm still going to say 3-1. I think it's 3-1 DFM. I just don't understand why they're forcing this Nash. They've got Mini Gnar right now. He just dies in the side lane. Trying to stop Olaf and Akali getting there. And then they just make it so that it's like they give Loud a chance to get a Baron steal. When if they just didn't start the Baron there, that couldn't happen. I mean, if DFM get this Drake, they probably just win. But I don't think they can get this Drake. I think they have to get next Drake. But that's fine for them. Because they're not on a clock. Loud are on the clock. Croc is on a clock. Croc's on the clock. Bro, how many viewers am I going to get when we start getting LCK versus LPL in, like, best of fives? I've got 7 people watching me talk about Brazil versus Japan. It can only go up from here, surely. I don't even have a guest on today. It's just me on my own. 32 is your guess? Bro, that would be insane. I would pop off at 32 viewers. Holy fuck. That would make my day. the most I've seen so far has been 15, I think. I had 15 at once. That was really nice. But I guess 8 of those people were Foz fans because they're not here now. So I have 7 fans and Foz has 8. He's beating me right now. Although one of those people was probably Foz. So maybe we had 7 fans each. What if all my fans are just Foz fans? You guys are only here for Foz. Oh. I mean, that's not good. Now DFM do actually get this Drake that I said they probably couldn't get. Isn't this exactly what happened last time? I think EG versus Mad will get me some viewers. Maybe. Maybe. That's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, and I need to make sure that I'm actually there on time. Did you not consider streaming on Twitch? I feel like the discoverability is a bit lower on YouTube. I think... Okay, I genuinely think if I streamed on Twitch, unless I managed to get some announcement out somehow, I wouldn't even have, like, you guys watching me. Because, like, at least YouTube, if you're already subscribed to me from my videos, it tells you that I'm streaming. Whereas on Twitch, none of my YouTube... Because I started streaming with, like, 1.6k YouTube subs and no Twitch subs. So... I think it just made more sense to stream on YouTube. Also, there's the whole thing with, like, Twitch looks like it's dying right now, whereas YouTube is only going up, so I think it makes more sense to start streaming on YouTube right now. But it also just puts all my content on the same platform, with my VODs and stuff. You only saw the message first day of Playins, so I turned the stream on? Yeah. I think for someone who's got a YouTube channel, like me, and not a lot of people know them, getting that starting viewership probably is easier by streaming on the same platform you already have subs on. I did consider streaming on Twitch though. It's been a lot of fun for sure though. I've been enjoying streaming. I wasn't sure if I would, like, be able to talk for so long. But I think I've done pretty well. You probably would have not found me if I was on Twitch. Yeah, there you go. So, I was probably correct with my assumption then. I think Olaf's a little bit fallen off into oblivion right now. Doing a great job, just a chill thing I can run on the side of the games. That's great. That's like exactly what I wanted. Just like put it on in the background and enjoy. Much more insight than from the casters. I'm definitely less hype than from the casters though. Like what the casters do, I don't think I could be a caster. If I was to be a caster, I think I would need someone like Captain Flowers to carry me, because I don't do the hype thing. I'm too, like, purely analytical, you know? I'm a colour caster, not a play-by-play caster? Yeah, I guess. I forgot those terms even existed, to be honest. Streams are refreshing from the other content that exists. That's good. I like a lot of the other content. I did a podcast with Dom once. Dom's cool. Yeah, on Twitch I'd never find you. Yeah, understandable. I was really nervous when I did the podcast with Dom though. He probably thinks I'm a fucking clown. Is Yaharong dead? He has no flash, he's just dead. Imagine I make it one day and then there's a clip of I Will Dominate going, oh yeah, I remember the British Poro. I was on a podcast with him, he was a fucking clown. You probably wouldn't even remember me, honestly. I did a podcast with Dom. I did indeed. It was on Cloud9 Stratus. I did this whole series of podcasts with Cloud9. That's part of why I disappeared off YouTube for a few months. It was fun. You never saw those? Well, they're only Stratus Cloud9 is like their superfan thing. So they're only available for paid members. So they're like locked behind a paywall. But you get a bunch of things, and one of the things you got access to was that podcast. So Dom was a guest like one of the weeks, and there was like a different guest every week. And it was like my job to talk about the Cloud9 matches with the guest. So I was talking about like Cloud9's gameplay with Dom. But back then, I was very much into draft, and I wasn't so good at analysing gameplay. I think doing that podcast got me a lot better at analysing gameplay, though. But I was definitely, like, when I started that, I was much more of a draft-only specialist. Whereas now I feel a lot more comfortable talking about gameplay, too. This is awkward for DFM. DFM might just lose now. I was talking too much about streaming and YouTube stuff. That sounds unwatchable. How long per episode? Like... So it was like a 10-minute segment that I did on the podcast where I would talk with the guest about the Cloud9 games that week. 10-15 minutes. The episodes were probably like 30 minutes long, and the other stuff was like there was a guy who would talk about what was happening in social media around League that week and like general League news. There was a guy that would ask the guest like funny questions. Like one of the questions that got asked quite often was like, no, not an hour or an hour and a half. One of the questions they always asked was like, what's your least favorite tree? That one always confused me. There was also like always some fuck, marry, kill questions. I can't remember who it was that they had to choose like fuck, marry, kill for. Ivan is just better, true. I mean, I like Zyra personally. She's kind of hot. Fuck, marry, kill, Zyra, Maokai, Ivan. What do you think? There's a game of League of Legends I'm meant to be watching, and I'm talking about fucking trees. Alright, so DFM... This game's been going on for 41 minutes. You know what? You know what annoys me? Azir has 5 items and not one of them is a death cap. Now you can't just move on like that. Listen, you didn't answer. At least Adrian answered. Fuck Zyra, marry Ivan, kill Maokai. I don't know if I could marry Ivan because he's always running around with this other woman called Daisy. You know? If I ever make it big, this will be memed, probably. Yeah, you know, Ivan's not faithful. Then again, Maokai's got a load of kids, so I don't know if I could marry him either. Zyra's also got loads of kids, actually. Yeah. That's difficult. I feel like one kid would be fine, but they've got so many. I guess I'd have to kill Ivan then, because he's the only one that doesn't have kids. It would be cruel to kill either of the other ones. And if you marry Zyra, do you get to keep fucking her? Or do you have to marry her but never fuck her? Like, can I just fuck Maokai once to get it over with? Isn't Zyra just a plant using a dead woman's body? Don't judge. We've all got our demons, you know? What has my stream become? This game should be over by now, but we're talking about which plant-like league champion we'd rather marry. Do we consider Fiddle? I don't think so. He's not a plant, is he? He's like a demon. Are there any other plant champions? Other than Zyra, Maokai, and Ivern? There's a Scarecrow? Yeah, but he's not... I don't know. I don't think Fiddle's organic. Fiddle's probably not organic, is he? Immortalized? Alright, when is Dragon's in 50 seconds. Now, it's a billion times easier for DFM if they don't need to approach loud. Okay, Azir got Death Cap. What did he sell? What did he sell? What did he sell? He sells Shadow Flame? Did he have a Shadow Flame? Okay, I think this is a good line for Azir to kill everyone. This is a pretty odd Azir's dead. Never mind. Alright, loud win. Top 3 bird champion. I mean, they just end. That's 1-0 loud. 1-0 loud. So Berg, you've got Anivia, Azir, and Quinn, I guess? Anivia, Azir, and Quinn? I guess Olaf does scale? There you go, man. Olaf's a scaling champion these days. Olaf's just too good at scaling. Zyra, Rakan, are they birds? I mean, I would for sure fuck Zyra, no? Like, that's easy. Marry Rakan. Kill the rest. Maybe I would marry Azir, he's an emperor. GG loud. By the way, both of these teams are so much worse than the two teams we just watched. That game was awful. What about Nico? She's technically everything. Yeah, Nico can get it. He said top 3, not fuck, marry, kill. My bad. Alright, so top 3 bird champions. It's got to be Azir, Xayah, and Anivia. Those 3 are like the best bird champions in terms of like draft and gameplay. Unless there's a bird that I'm missing, but I think those 3 are the best. Quinn's terrible. Rakan's okay. Xayah's pretty good. Azir's amazing. Anivia's amazing. Quinn's not good. Quinn's a pretty bad champ. Top 3 cats. Are there more cats than Rengar, Nidalee, and Yumi? Or is that all the cats? Rengar, Nidalee, Yumi. I think that's it. The Zeaton is basically mimicking a pigeon. Yeah, it's funny. That Morgana was probably the... Or he's a fox, but that's close enough. A fox is not a cat, my dude. Fox is not a cat. I guess my girlfriend's called Cat and she's a fox. But, like, apart from that, it doesn't work. That Morgana was, like, probably the worst played Morgana I've ever seen in a professional game. That was not a good look. I'm really sad that I put Morgana as highest win rate and she's been picked twice by teams playing them terribly, and then... Yeah, exactly. How have we seen Morg twice and she loses twice? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's very sad. Very disappointing. I will be back shortly. Hello. Right, where are we? Only recently discovered you, but love your content, man. Thank you very much. Glad to hear it. Ah, coffee. Good old coffee. Anything going on Reddit? Sick Navori Quick Blades change. Forgot to flag it for the preseason preview article. Exclusive with IE, so you cannot have Quick Blades in IE. Same stats as before. If you have 60% crit, all of your attacks reduce your non-ultimate ability CD by 15% of remaining CD. Your abilities deal up to 20% crit scaling based on crit strike chance. Does anyone build crit that wants their abilities to do more damage? Who does this benefit? With haste, I guess like Varus could take it. I think Zaya would still for sure take IE. Maybe a Corki build? Like a crit Corki? Misfortune. Misfortune would enjoy that. To amp her ult. Anyone else? It's maybe like a Misfortune only item. Wait, no, Infinity Edge is probably still better because her ult can crit. So maybe Misfortune doesn't even like it. So who... Does anyone know who would buy that? Vayne on W? Maybe? Trinder would much prefer IE to that. You want to make your auto attacks hit harder than your abilities. Neela? I think Neela still prefers Infinity Edge. Ezreal. Ezreal could be a good one. You could build like Kraken Slayer. Or Essence Reaver. Essence Reaver, Kraken Slayer, Quick Blades. Graves? I think Graves wants his Infinity Edge more than that. Maybe Graves. It would make his ult hurt. I can see Zeri. How would Zeri work? Would that increase the damage of a Q as well? Like, is that an ability? Zeri could work. Because the thing you've got to remember with it is that if you buy it, you can't buy IE. You can only have this Quick Blades or IE. That's what you're wondering on Vayne? I would... Okay, so, you know, because you can only buy Quick Blades or IE, I would imagine that means you can't buy Quick Blades and Rage Blade, because right now you can't buy Rage Blade and IE. You have to choose one. So I'd imagine... I mean, if you can build Quick Blades with Rage Blade, then Vayne might like it. It's like I'm a GP main, so I already build Navori sometimes if I want lower cooldown barrels, but I don't think GP will build it anymore because he much prefers IE to that. So I think Navori's gone for GP. Does Rengar go crit? His jumps don't count as abilities; they count as auto. He does go crit though, but you go Infinity Edge. On Rengar, the optimal build is like, I think most people rush Essence Reaver, then Lethality Mythic, and then like Collector IE or Lord Dom's IE if you need the pen. Yo, I just thought of one. Yeah, I think maybe Crit Aurelia, but I think Rage Blade might be better on her. But you just have to commit so much into, because you need at least 60% crit to activate it, like IE. What about Kale? You know, like the Kraken Slayer Kale? Making Kale's E, her Q, her waves, making all of that do 20% more damage. Kale could be good. Yeah, that does sound pretty nuts. Assassins are a good shout though, like maybe Draven? I think like 95% of Draven's damage is auto attacks, so IE is just better. I don't think axes are abilities. But the thing is, the percentage increase on IE is more than the increase on this new Quick Blade. So if anything's ever an ability and an auto, the IE is going to be better. Yo, we got 11 viewers. Welcome. Welcome. Samira? Well, her ult is also coded. Her ult and Q are auto attacks, right? They scale with IE. So I think IE is still better for her, but I did consider Samira. Maybe Samira? See, even Aphelios, the ult works with IE, doesn't it? So Aphelios doesn't. I think the big one's probably Ezreal, and then maybe that Kale build. Maybe Varus. I think Lucian probably still prefers IE. Maybe if you're going like pure all in on your culling damage. Ooh. No, wait, IE works with Jin's ult anyway. I was thinking Jin. But Jin probably doesn't want it. Crit Viego? Maybe Crit Viego, yeah. Big damage on the ult. Are we in draft? We're not in draft yet. Yas and Yone obviously go IE. I mean, I'm trying to think of like champions that dip into crit sometimes. Like sometimes you see Jace dip into Collector. Maybe after Collector he could grab Lord Doms instead of Cyrilda, and then he could go the Quick Blades, and it would give him 20% more damage on his spells. Maybe that one could work. I don't know. The item seems very, very niche, but I guess it's good that it exists. Oh yeah, Corki. We mentioned Corki. Corki might build it. I wonder if it would increase Cogmore's W on hit. Garen dips crit? Yeah, does he dip enough crit? It'd definitely make his E hit very hard. Yeah, if Cogmore's W on hit works, then maybe Cogmore would prefer that to IE. Because then you're multiplying the on hit of the Cogmore, you're multiplying all his spells as well. It's definitely an interesting thing they're bringing in. I don't know if any of you saw my preseason video, but the number one thing that I thought was missing is making Trinity not a mythic. I think that would be the best change they could make for the game. I think Trinity is not mythic worthy, and you should be able to buy it with like Gore Drinker or Stridebreaker. Okay, we're in draft. Who's on blue? It's DFM on blue, and they banned Amumu first. Then we've got a Trundle ban and a Silas ban. So Hecarim's still open. Kai'Sa ban. I mean, Aatrox's open. Hecarim open. Kallista's now banned. Maokai's open. MF is open. Caitlyn's open. Lots of things open because these bans are all very odd. The only decent ban is a Mumu. Maybe Callista, maybe. But I think Callista has too many answers to ban it. Maokai ban? Okay, I reckon we're going to see Aatrox and then maybe Loud pick Olaf into it. Okay, we're going Azir. If Loud don't pick Aatrox, they're for sure playing Olaf into Aatrox. Because that was something I said yesterday, right? Okay, Aatrox Hecarim, yeah, I mean, that's very, very standard. Let's see what DFM do into Aatrox. Does Evie play Irelia? Oh, Evie plays Urgot. Urgot's really good into Aatrox. Well, not really good, like Irelia good, but it's good. It's one of the best matchups we'll have seen at Worlds. Sedgeflex, also known as Tesco Maokai. Okay, never mind, it's not a flex anymore. They're drafting the same way they drafted last time. Also, they self-counterpick themselves into Aatrox. I think for Loud now, you just draft as much scaling as you can. You play like Victor, you play... I think you grab Victor now and then maybe Xayah on 4. Banning out Misfortune. I mean, Seraphine works too. Seraphine definitely works. I think if you ban out Misfortune... and pick Xayah... With Kate gone, I reckon Misfortune's coming on 4. For red, on R4. R4 MF. Neela's not terrible for blue. Blue might have a Neela angle. Neela's really bad for red. They might go MF on 4 and then like Neela Yumi on blue. Are they playing Janna? If you're going Enchanter here, I think Karma is probably the best one. Okay, so they're playing bot lane Seraphine. They're going for Galio. Galio's pretty okay as an answer into Azir, to be honest. He gets shoved pretty easily. Azir obviously outscales very, very hard though. Tristana as well. There's a lot of scaling on the side of DFM's carries. I think they picked Trist for safety into the Hecarim Galio Seraphine thing. I mean, without the Camille, it's hard to lock down. The Leona makes no sense here. I think if you take something like Renata, you know, a very strong lane, very, very good disengage. What do we get on 5? Braum? Braum seems really out of theme. Rel seems less out. Rel is in theme. Rel is like BTEC. Oh my god, no. Alright. Who wins draft, guys? Oh my god. The fucking cow, bro. It's the cow. It's the cow. Alistair's the only pick that could have convinced me blue was winning. The only thing I'm worried about is Loud getting to a point where they no longer have the damage to kill DFM. I think I like DFM a little more It just depends how well they can resist Hecarim, but they're okay at resisting Hecarim. Actually, Aatrox is going to win top really hard, though. I think this game could boom through top with Galio Hecarim. I think this is 55 to DFM. I think DFM are slightly focused because if the game goes late enough, they should just win. Loud get to the point where they don't have the damage to kill anyone anymore. Like, who's the most damaging champion Loud have? It's like, why don't DFM go Lulu Sivir? Sounds meh. I think Xayah would be the best pick they can go on blue. Like B4 Xayah, B5 Renata. Something like that. I think I'm going 55 for DFM. They should be able to resist, and if they get to the point where the most damaging champion Loud have is Hecarim, they have very, very low damage. If DFM had like any form of enchanter, honestly, it'd be pretty good. Leona, if Leona this game does not buy Locket into Redemption, I'm gonna be really tilted. There's just no reason not to go Locket Redemption. Holy shit, guys, we just hit new peak viewers. We got 16. We beat the previous record of 15 by 1. Hello to everyone in chat. Right, let me sync up my timer. And then you guys can watch along. So 20, 24. There we go. Timer's on. Yeah, I think Xayah would be better than Trist. It survives the dive really well. Like the Galio ult is like a very defined thing. Like you can dodge it every time. It hits at a very specific time. And then Xayah just kites back with Azir. The biggest blunders of this draft, I think, for blue are the Gnar and the Leona. They're kind of off theme, and Gnar counters himself into the Aatrox matchup. But I think DFM should be... The problem I have with what will actually happen in this game is that DFM were outscaling last time and just had to resist and scale, but then they outscaled and lost anyway. So, I don't know. So, for anyone who's not been here when I've talked about Gnar versus Aatrox before, Gnar wins until level 4, and then Aatrox starts to get an advantage, and then it just keeps going more and more in Aatrox's favour. Hecarim really needs to be ahead this game. Like I said in draft, Hecarim is the most damage that Loud have. If Hecarim's not fed, they can't really kill anyone. I think Tristan Azir will just just win team fights. That's probably the weakest bot lane 2v2 we've seen in a while. Loud Alistair with Seraphine. Loud definitely should be playing through topside, which is very weird because, again, we've got a game where it's very defined that Loud should be playing through topside, but Hecarim full cleared towards bot. I mean, Hecarim's here. That's fine for DFM. I think it would be way better for Hecarim to be pressuring top lane. Do you have a general opinion on Galio? Feels like one of the champs that normally comes into the meta versus Azir, but it hasn't too much this tournament. I think it like really requires a defined side laner that you're wanting to play it around. Like generally you see it with Camille. But I mean, with Hecarim, it can function in team fights pretty well because he can always ult onto the Hecarim. It needs some sort of enabler. It doesn't scale the best. It's if you want to snowball through like a defined lane, they can be topside or bot side really. But right now, it's clearly topside. It's clearly the Aatrox. You're not playing Hecarim Galio with the into the Trist Leona. You're gonna try to kill this mini now. Galio has been picked too much this tournament. Maybe I'm forgetting some Galios. There was the one that I liked by Chiefs, where they had Camille top, they had Ashe bot lane. That Galio was good, but they played it badly. There's probably been some other Galios, though. The only one that sticks in my mind as being good was the Chiefs one, and this one's pretty good. It's not terrible. Yaharong again is just flying ahead in CS. His laning's been very good. His like play in team fights was a bit sloppy though. It's very refreshing to be on game 6 and it's not even like tomorrow yet, you know? Normally by game 6 I'm well into the early hours of the morning. Right now it's 2 minutes to midnight. I hope this series doesn't go to 5 games. 1, because it'll keep me up late, and 2, because I'll have to redo the way my spreadsheet fits in my layout, because I'm gonna need another row. I guess I'll just move it up a bit and add a row somehow. I'll figure it out. Well, there's the really weak bot lane with the Alistar and the Seraphine. They can just get out. They've got a jump reset on Trist. She didn't buffer it very well. No Futures really hurt Sarah. True. Futures Market would have given her Lost Chapter. I mean, I don't think it really matters what items Seraphine's on. She's not that easy to punish with Trist Leona. She's just gonna farm up. But I just think DFM are outscaling anyway, so... I really hope Hecarim goes Trinity Force. He needs to be damaged this game. He can even go for that weird Eclipse build that you see in solo queue. Just, he needs to be the carry. This is... Oh, the kill goes onto Azir as well. That is the perfect target. I think Azir kills on Azir is probably the best, and then kills on Trist. And after that, I guess Gnar, but doesn't really matter if Gnar gets kills. I think Gnar needs a substantial amount of kills before he starts beating Aatrox. Wait a minute. Wait just a second. Did this Aatrox rush Merc Treads into Gnar in lane? Does he think he's playing against Kennen? Maybe they're kind of similar, right? They have like similar ults, and their E is like a mobility, their Q is kind of like a shuriken boomerang thing, and their W is like a 3-hit passive. Maybe he thinks that Gnar is Kennen, and that's why he built Merc Treads first. Honestly, more plausible than the alternative. I love you guys. I'm making a meme and you're just like, yeah, no, I agree, yeah. Yeah. Based. I mean, Hecarim keeps looking for things bot, but he should be looking for things top. It was the exact same with the Chiefs game. They had Camille, Hecarim, Galio, but they never looked to get kills with the Camille. They're always looking bot. It's fine to like try and push bot lane in to get Dragon, but with Seraphine, Alistar, I don't know if they even win this 3v3. I guess with Galio, they do. Okay, it's not a 3v3. Utopon's AFK farming in lane. Never mind. What is he doing? Is Utopon okay? The bot lane of DFM have been a little interesting. Harp was running it last game. He was going for like most deaths per minute. For anyone that missed it, I decided that DFM stood for deaths for Morgana because he was just dying on respawn. Where's the best soul for DFM here? Probably Hextech still, then Mountain, then Ocean, but it can't be Ocean. Or best soul for Loud, I mean. The best soul for DFM is for sure Hextech, then maybe Infernal, or maybe Mountain. Ocean's really good as well. Cloud's good for Loud. It's not great for DFM. Let's see what other soul we're not getting. Okay, so we're not getting Ocean and we're not getting Infernal, so it could be a Clown soul, but it also could be a Hextech soul. You have a bad feeling about this game? You think Loud lose? Well, I thought Loud were going to lose last game based on draft as well. And last game looked like this too, where it was just Azir slowly farming up. Like, it looked like DFM were just going to outscale. In fact, I think DFM were outscaling even harder last game. Well, not that they were outscaling harder, just that it was harder for them to fall behind. But they lost that one, so... You know. I think that Sedgeult was a bit of a waste. Loud are just not really getting anything here, are they? Aatrox is building Gordrinker too. I don't like that. Gordrinker's a bit grief. He's playing Gordrinker into 3 ranged champions. Like 2 really long range carries. Gordrinker sounds awful. Not even God knows what goes through his mind. least Aatrox gets to be in your next video. Yeah, maybe. What are they doing? It's why DFM just love griefing. Like, what are they doing there? Why are they there? I don't think they could be any further out of position. Is that Stride Breaker on Hecarim? That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. Oh, what are they doing there? This harp guy loves dying. Probably Robo suggested Croc's build. The M-Punk into... Oh wait, no, this game with Stride Breaker. He keeps building random items on Hecarim. It's Stride Breaker this game. Before it was Chempunk Rush into Frozen Heart. Croc just buys whatever he wants, man. Does the loser of this series actually win? Because if you when you really think about it, the winner of this has to play RNG in a best of 5. So you kind of get punished for winning, you know? Because no one wants to just go and get shit on 3-0 in 20 minutes each game. He's assembling Exodia, leave him alone. So yeah, maybe the loser of the series wins. Because they get to avoid RNG. Spanking them. Yeah, but you have to believe in the magic. The quality of these games is noticeably lower than the quality of the Mad Buffalo series, let alone RNG. Brazil is better than RNG? Bro, Brazil have mastered RNG. They actually use it to determine what items to buy on Hecarim. It's just pure RNG. They just roll a dice and, like, whatever item it lands on, they buy it. Oh my god, it's actually Cloud Soul. It's actually Cloud Soul. That's really good for Loud. Azir and Trista kind of doing what I thought they would do, though. DFM have real carries. But at least now when Loud inevitably lose Soul, they don't actually lose anything, because who actually cares about Cloud Soul on DFM? Like, actually, no one likes Cloud Soul on DFM. Azir doesn't really want it. Yaharong stuck in Elo Hell. He played lane really well last game, but he also kind of played team fights badly, so... No, Yaharong. He just bought a Morello second. Yaharong just bought a Morello second. I mean, there is a lot of healing, but is it really best to put it on, like, your primary carry? To delay your primary carry's itemization for Morello? I doubt it. I feel like just, like, Thornmail on Gnar. Thornmail on Gnar, and he's applying... Okay, honestly, this Stride Breaker build is not looking good. But at least the Gore Drinker on Aatrox and the Stride Breaker on Hecarim are in the same game, so I can flame both of them with the same image in my video. So that's nice. If anyone else on Loud wants to itemize badly now, like maybe Alistair goes for Even Shroud, that'd be cool. Now I can just... In fact, the Morello's in this game too. I can do that too. Just the entire game is just full of bad itemization. Surely the anti-heal's better on literally anyone except Azir. He's your primary carry here. I think lowering Even Shroud win rate is the best usage of Alistair. True. Sometimes Alistair could be okay though with Lock It into Redemption into a dive comp, because he just presses the Q key and then headbutts someone away, and then AFK, and then Lock It's and Redemptions and AFKs. Thornmail on Sedge is good. Yeah, it's good on Sedge, it's good on Gnar. The reason I said Gnar is because he's normally the one side laning into the Aatrox. So he naturally gets some value out of it as well. And he would probably buy Randuin's anyway. No, he's actually got... Is he going Cleaver? I don't know why he would go Cleaver here. None of them really stack armor. Cleaver doesn't make much sense for now, but I think he's going Cleaver. I just don't understand why these Hecarim, like carry top, Hecarim Galio, are never playing around their top. Why is this happening? Can someone explain it to me? You have carry top into squishy ranged top, and you have Hecarim Galio. Surely you should try to leverage that, no? Yeah, you can kind of see what I was talking about. Because Hecarim's not ahead and he doesn't have damage, no one can really kill DFM. Like, they really don't have the damage to kill DFM. Leona should build Putrefier and apply it to everyone using Locket. True. Or Font of Life. Something you can do, right, is you can take Putrefier and Font of Life, right? Does that work? That was a nice TP flank. The fact that Trist is dead means they win. That was a good TP flank. Your career used it on TF last season? Interesting. So they went Putrefier on TF and then gold carded people and let the Font of Life apply the Putrefier? Maybe Loud is thinking of focusing on bot instead of top because of Robo's reputation, I guess. Yeah. I mean, maybe, but that's not how you should play League of Legends. You should play around, like, you should play around your draft. Like, obviously, you should play around your players, but you should draft around your players and then play around your draft. And you should always play around your draft, and you should draft around your players. Like, if I've got Breed on my team... Well, I guess RNG have Breathe and Gala. Okay, if we look at DRX have Kingen and they have Deft. I'm always going to want my draft to favour bot side. And then I'm going to play around my draft and play for bot side. Whereas, like, Dom1, they have Nuggery Canyon Showmaker, and then they have Dog Dum Kellen. So I'm always going to want my draft there to, like, favour my top side, and then I'm going to play around my top side. Did he just Sonya for no reason? They only took it to proc Putrefier when they didn't have Enchanter supports. What's interesting is that if they didn't have Enchanter supports, what healing are they reducing? Was it when everyone was going Gore Drinker first item on everything? In CB LoL, Robo and Canones have this fame of always playing together, so this confuses me even more. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is odd then. At least Hecarim built a damage item second. Like, the Hecarim build's not terrible. He is, like, building damage. The Aatrox build is bad. The Gnar build is also bad. Like, what is he cleaving? I guess he's cleaving the Death Stance Hecarim. Maybe the Zonya's Gallia. But I think Trist would kill them anyway. No, like, they didn't have Putrefier used on their own team. Ah, it would often be to mitigate an enemy one. I see, I see. That makes sense. I can probably see a situation where that is the best way to apply anti-heal. I mean, TF doesn't really... After Everfrost Rapid Fire, what does TF really build? I think Putrefier's fine. And in a lot of lanes, he wants Resolve Tree anyway, because he wants Bone Plating. Or in some matchups, he wants Second Wind. It's high priority, but everyone was going damage on him, looked worthless, so it gave him another niche. Yeah. I liked when TF was meta with Trinity Force and like Klepto. That was really cool. That TF where if he ulted on you on the side lane, he could solo kill you. Evi's Mega Gnar just dropped off as he TP'd in. That's quite dangerous for DFM. They did this last game. They took a fight right as... they took a Baron fight right as Mega Gnar dropped off. They've done this 2 games in a row. They might still win this fight, but I don't think they will. Yeah, Evi's just dead. They've done this 2 games in a row. It's like a fundamental of playing with Gnar. It's the 2nd game in a row where they're throwing Baron because they're trying to fight with Mini Gnar. It's really weird. I mean, whatever happens here, this is a 3-0 for RNG. These teams are both really bad. Compared to Mad and Buffalo. I think Buffalo would 3-0 these teams. I think Buffalo were probably the 5th best team in Playins. Probably EG 4th. No, the 6th best. 6th best. DRX, RNG, Fnatic are all better than them. EG are better than them. Mad are better than them. And then Buffalo. The groups were divided really badly. Yeah, 4 of the top 6 in one group is really, really crazy. I mean, as long whenever DFM aren't inting, it looks really easy for them. I mean, I don't see how Robo's going to save the game there. Hecarim just jumped on his ear and did 3 damage. Maybe this build is terrible. Yaharong refuses to build the same item. I think in 2 games he's built 9 items and they've been like 9 different items. I think the point of winning this series is the experience and knowledge gained by playing against RNG, even if they 100% lose. Maybe. Maybe. Do you gain as much by losing to RNG as you do by just watching RNG, though? I don't know. Maybe you do. I mean, for like laning and stuff, you do for sure. In terms of like macro, like the bad macro decisions here are just like things that you should just be doing. Like you shouldn't be fighting with Mini Gnar there. Like, you should be playing around your top side with Hecarim, Galio, Aatrox instead of your bot side with fucking Seraphine, Alistair. You should build damage on Hecarim when you don't have a carry mid or a carry bot. They actually have no carries with a tanky Hecarim. Utapon just literally jumps away and then now he just hits everyone. Well, they nearly had enough damage to take Leona to half health. It's also the long shot that 4 members of RNG walk into traffic. I reckon their subs are better. GG. GG! Have you seen some of the Chinese behind the scenes feedback stuff? I feel like if someone on RNG, whether it was a sub or not, if they started a fight with Mininar and it lost them Baron, their coach would shoot their family in front of them. Like, that shit in China is so harsh. It happened 2 games in a row. I don't know. They resurrect their family and shoot them again. I don't know why the resurrecting them and killing them again thing made me think of this, but I don't know if any of you guys play Dungeons and Dragons, but I had a thought of a character concept for Dungeons and Dragons, and I've never played a healer, a cleric, like the party's sort of healer before. So I was thinking about playing one, because I've never taken one for the team and been that guy. But I was thinking of a creative character concept, and I was thinking of a really sadistic, not evil, but he enjoys watching people in pain guy. And what he does is he tortures them and then he heals them back up so that he can do it again. I thought that was a really interesting character concept. It's pretty dark, but I think it's cool. It's gone for 5 minutes. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, don't worry about it. I was talking about how harsh the feedback is in China. And basically the analogy I made is that if it's the second game in a row where DFM tried to lose Baron by fighting with Mininar. And I said if someone in LPL did that, if someone on RNG did that, the coach would probably shoot their family in front of them. That was the analogy I made. I want to start DMing a campaign for my cousins in a week. I'll absolutely put that in as an NPC. Can you call him Poro? He heals them so they just barely stay alive to torture them longer? Yeah, exactly. You can and will. Huge. Based as fuck. Any specific race? No, I don't mind. I don't know what race I was gonna go for with my guy. Whatever you feel fits best, whatever fits your campaign best. You're DMing too? Everyone plays D&D. Nice. I'm going to be DMing too soon, but I don't have time to make a campaign, so I'm just running a pre-built one. I have a book. The only reason I'm DMing is because no one else wants to DM, so but we still want to play. Don't know if you know anything about 40k. I know a lot about 40k, and it is a pretty good description of Drakari. Yeah, I agree. I like 40k. The first PC game I ever played was the original Dawn of War. No expansions or anything, just Dawn of War when it came out. So I got into tabletop as well. That's what happened to you as well? You like Warhammer Fantasy? I was always into like 40k. I've never really done like Fantasy or Age of Sigmar or anything. I still play Soulstorm every now and again with like Ultimate Apocalypse mod. I was trying a different mod recently. I can't remember what the mod was called. Something or other mod. Unification mod, this one. It's okay. Big Total War Warhammer enjoyer? Nice, nice. Too young for tabletop, just wasn't around when you were young. Ah. I've always had a local Games Workshop. I think the shops are just now called Warhammer, not Games Workshop, but when I was young it was Games Workshop. My friend, well, it's Ace Sol actually, the Aurelian Sol guy who keeps popping in. His brother works in a shop, I think, that do like 40k models and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's where he works. So yeah, we kind of grew up around that sort of thing because I've known him since we were 6 years old. All right, 1-1. I would assume Loud are going to choose blue now. These teams seem to favour blue. I think Loud should ban Azir. They don't seem to have an answer to it. Just realised that does not say DFM, it says DFN. There we go. Fix my spreadsheet. Did finish not. Someone tell their mini now that it stands for don't fight, mate. Just don't fight, mate. Don't fight. Actually crazy how B1 Azir is able to just guarantee a range advantage. True. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't, but if they refuse to just pick anything that outranges it, then yeah, I mean it does here. It is pretty crazy. People have forgotten Corki exists. No one's willing to play Xerath. No one wants to try Zoe. I mean, Zoe into Azir is not the greatest, but it's okay. Nobody wants to play Vel'Koz, which I understand. Vel'Koz is pretty hard to learn. Corki's the easy one. You just pick Corki. There's a reason we've always seen Corki picked into Azir. It's pretty chill. Downs is known for his Zoe. Pick Zoe. Yeah. It's probably better than... I mean, I don't know whether it'd be get better than Galio in this game. Because, I mean, what's better, Zoe or Galio that actually goes top lane? Also, he's played Vel'Koz quite a lot. I don't know why he's not playing Vel'Koz then. They can't play new champions. There has to be something in their contract that forbids them from playing 5 champions. True. True. Bro, I never used to say based. And then I started watching fucking Pokemon challenges, and now I cannot stop saying based. For like the past year or so, I've been using based regularly in my vocabulary because of fucking Yan. He's griefed my vocab, honestly. It's just a good word. It is a good word. Based is a based word. Correct. Yo, guys in chat, guess what? We've got some lurkers. We've got some lurkers, because every time it gets about to go back into draft and it comes out of the game, the view count goes up and then they go away again. But it's the same guys talking in chat all the time. So we've got some lurkers. So good though, we love the lurkers. Lurk as much as you want. Lurking is based. Chatting's just a bit more based. Oh shit, I lost a viewer. I lost a viewer. The dude was like, shit, he's onto me. Alt F4 turned off his PC. Oh, my channel's not big enough to be losing viewers like that. Until next draft, yeah, maybe. The guys who've been here, like, over the past few days. Yeah, that's almost 10% of my audience. Exactly, that was a big drop. For the guys that have been here over the past few days, how do you feel, like, with the dynamic when it's just me compared to when it's, like, me and Foz or me and someone else? Or, like, the time when my girlfriend joined? Like, do you like when I bring other people on? So we can have back and forth? Because I think I like doing that. That's alright. Pop in whenever you want. It's on me to stream so that when you can pop in, it's available. And then whenever you're free, you can come and have a watch. You like both? Okay. Just you is more personal, but it's easier to be entertaining with a bunch. Yeah, for sure. It's easier to keep the energy up with multiple people, I think. I think if the channel gets bigger, it'll be harder to respond to chat when I'm talking to someone else as well, if there's more messages. Right now, it's like pretty manageable. I kind of see every message and respond to it. Maybe I miss the odd one every now and again, but... like both, the responses are quicker from them, so there's actual conversation, while me solo is nice chat. Yeah, basically the same sentiment from both of you. Okay. I don't know where Foz went. He just disappeared. He's the lurker? Maybe, maybe. He apologized for leaving as well. I felt bad, because it's like, I don't expect him to be here. It's just nice that he joins in. I'm not paying him, so... like... Guys, I found the lurker. It was Jake all along. The lurker was Jake. Disgusting lurking scum. You've been here the whole time? Whoa. Mad. You're like driving my viewer count up. You know, I hit 16 viewers earlier? That's my new peak. You just need to chat and it took a bit. What's with the monkey? Oh, it was Asol. He needed to E, yeah. If he was... That's why Foz is quicker, because Foz plays TF. So he's like, he's right on it. Whereas Asol takes a little bit longer. Max E second. Why not max it first? But you think you can't win lane without maxing W? Max E. You won't. Emax Asol versus Emax Talon. See who can roam harder. Emax first, D-Blade start. True. Maximum rounds with Emax Asol. Just go auto the top laner. What does maxing E on Talon do? I typed Talon do instead of Talon wall in my search bar. What does Emax Talon do? It reduces the cooldown per wall. Okay. Yeah, individual wall CD. That's really bad to max. That's the worst max ability in the game. Probably. Think a Talon has ever cared that he's put another point in his E? Oh, you know when you accidentally put another point in one of your spells by accident because you pressed the wrong button? Imagine doing that on Talon. You must be so tilted. Like, you accidentally put 2 points in E at level 4 instead of 2 points in W or something. I mean, I would imagine you do on Talon, you probably do W into Q into W, don't you? I doubt you take E level 3. Unless you're specifically going for a run. It's like leveling W or R on Callista by accident in solo queue. Instant depression. I normally take R at 6, but I only put 1 point in it when I play Callista. And then I don't skill W until after lane. Let's try to find an ability that's worse to level. Okay. Let's try. What could be worse? Any hypotheses? Udyr Q on AP? I think Udyr Q scales with AP now. Old Udyr, maybe. But I think the new one actually has AP scaling as well. Yeah, it has AP scaling. So it's probably not the worst thing ever, and the clear would be fine. Multiple points in Garen W feels pretty bad. Oh, are we in? There's music. We are in. There's music. Loud on blue. Trundle. Okay, will Loud ban Azir, or will they B1 it? Because so far they've not had an answer to it the entire time. Leonica is terrible, but not as bad. Gets 25 damage and goes up 5 mana. Just max Blitz W. Okay, they did ban Azir. Okay, so I was right on the Azir ban. Hecarim, Aatrox both open so far. Maokai as well. Caitlyn too. Imagine banning Tesco Maokai before real, like, prime Marks and Spencer's Maokai, you know? Alright, are we going to see Hecarim? We're seeing Maokai. Are we going to see Hecarim as the answer? I think Hecarim Misfortune's good here. I mean, it's pretty solid. Leona Q sounds pretty bad after level 1, yeah. Oh, what about Hawkshot on Ashe? If you accidentally put more points into Hawkshot instead of, like, your W or your Q? Yumi, will we see a Soraka? Will we see a Sona? Will we see a Singed? Hecarim. Hecarim is the best when you've got Yumi. Can Ashe go WE on support? Yeah, probably. You don't really care about Q, yeah. On AD carry Ashe, though, is pretty awful. Yeah, definitely the worst of any marksman. Yorick W has matchups where it's actually good. So into Kennen, if you put, I think 3 points in W is what people do, he can't get out of it. Because Kennen doesn't have a dash and he doesn't have any way of, like, doing multiple auto attacks. So you can just kill him in your W or he has to flash. Because it increases the health of the Yorick thing. Kai'Sa Rel. I don't really like that as an answer into the Yuumi. I think you can counterpick Yuumi really easily with, like, Soraka and things like that just outscale. Maokai Sport is good into Yuumi? I don't think so. Okay, Sivir Yuumi Hecarim looks crazy good. DFM are winning draft pretty hard here. Once again, DFM are just hard outscaling. Zyra W. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what it does when you skill it up. That one might be pretty terrible. Alright. I mean, Aatrox should not get through, surely. I mean, I reckon Aatrox will get picked on 4 if it goes through. So I think blue will ban Aatrox. What will red ban? Red should ban Control. So, like... In fact, no, red should ban volatile early things. Like Akali, maybe Silas. Silas is gone? Yeah, Akali maybe should get banned. I think they should ban Akali and Olaf and then pick Aatrox, but they banned Aatrox, so I don't know. I don't know why they would ban Aatrox when they have the first pick out of the draft. Jace E is kind of bad? Is kind of bad, yeah. There's the Olaf ban. I was right about that, but I don't understand what... I guess they're going Gnar. They want Gnar on 4. Doesn't multiply the Q damage further? Yeah, yeah. But you get the extra damage on Hammer for me. Sorry. So this is probably Gnar. Yep, there's the Gnar. What's looking best here? I don't know. I don't think there's any way you can not get outscaled now. Like, there's nothing you can pick to not get outscaled. So yeah, something with pick, like Lysandra is fine. And Jax, okay. What's something that can clear side lane, really? I mean, Sivir clears side lane pretty easy, actually. I think Ziggs is pretty good here for DFM. I think if they go Ziggs, they kind of can't lose. Corki's fine too. Fizz is really bad here for DFM. Swain is okay. Swain is okay. Swain's okay with Sivir because the movement speed issues that Swain has, he no longer has because of Sivir. Ult. Talia I don't like so much. I think Corki's just better. I think Swain's just better. I think Cassiopeia would be pretty insane. And Anivia. Why is Corki on B5? I don't know, bro. Why is Corki on B5? It's an imposter. Corki's the imposter. Alright, I like red much more. Much more on red. LLL taking the L. DFM. How much more do I like red? Maybe 75-25. Maybe that much. Maybe even 80-20. I just really like red here. I'm going 80-20. There's no possible way red can lose. Help me jinx it so we get a game. Also, loud draft is out of character for them. Interesting. I think Jax is their only win con, really. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with what the loud players like. I mean, I see Robo playing Aatrox a lot, but I see every top laner at this tournament playing Aatrox a lot. This is a bit of a draft gap. This might end up being the video's best draft. They kind of gapped them. We've never seen... How do you say that name? Is it like Theos? Never seen Theos on Rail? I think it's the worst draft rather than the best draft? I mean, possibly. It could be both at the same time. The Kaiser Rel response feels like it thematically lost immediately. True, into Yumi, yeah. I think only Robo and maybe Tinones are comfortable with their picks. Well, I saw Robo play Jax on day 1, and his Jax was very, very bad. Timer. Good call. I mean, the trade doesn't even look that good. It's a cheese from Kaiser Rel, and I don't know, it doesn't even look that good. Oh yeah, he's like a coin flip player. Why Evie build this? What did Evie build? Oh, he started with Cloth Armor 4 pots? That's really weird, yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea what he's doing with his itemization. I mean, in this matchup, you do want to rush Ninja Tabby, so maybe he wants Ninja Tabby literally as fast as possible. Like at 800 gold instead of 1,100 gold. But it's definitely weird. I don't think they have enough damage to kill Yaharong. Yeah, he's fine. But it's a big chunk. It's a big chunk. He loses both his potions for it. There's no way this is a dive. I mean, I guess Talia loses the wave, but I don't think it's worth it. You give a kill onto Hecarim? Trading 1 for 1 when you're getting outscaled? I don't know. I don't think that's worth it all. Okay, no, it's definitely not worth. He dies to red? No, he doesn't. But I mean, there's nowhere for him to go, so he's for sure dead, right? Oh, he's teleporting. He loses his teleport, but yeah, I mean, he's out. So basically, when you trade 1 for 1, right? Neither of you gain an advantage, but the amount of gold in the game goes up, so you're like closer to late game in terms of gold. So it always favors the scaling draft. Is kind of my justification as to why 1 for 1s are bad when you're getting outscaled. The Yumi roam. First Blood plus wave denial would skew it towards Loud, but they didn't crash, so he just TP'd back. I think he did drop a wave. I think it was crashed when they went for the dive, but then he just TP'd back, so he lost like what? It probably wasn't even a full wave, it was like a bit, some of a wave. But then Tinones lost his TP to escape, and then Talia was able to shove the wave while he had to recall and walk back. I think it's definitely DFM favoured in the early game, which is not what you want. So there's the Ninja Tabby rush from Gnar. That's what I expected. Yeah, List, not Talia, yeah. So yeah, the first item Ninja Tabi, but when when he went back, he had 300 extra gold, so he bought a dagger. So if he just bought normal starting items, because he had the 300 extra gold, he would have just had the Ninja Tabi anyway. So I don't really know. Loud bot looks bad, like the picks themselves. Yeah, Kai'Sa Rel into Sivir Yumi is not the way to go. Heavy getting a recall off without losing anything and not TPing as well is really big for Heavy. Heavy's winning top. Hecarim is so far ahead of Maokai though. He's up like 3 camps on him. I think they have to focus mid. I think Talia is the most vulnerable champ on their team. It's why I would have preferred like Corki. Corki's a lot less vulnerable. While also, I mean, I think he scales even better than Talia in this draft. So DFM are choosing to fight again early. I don't know why they're doing this. DFM should just not fight. Oh my god. You griefer. You absolute griefer. What a griefer. Man, DFM are so... They keep drafting really easy to execute scaling comps and still fail to execute them. Like, they choose to fight and then they do shit like that. Like, Utapon also did the backwards Caitlyn E, forcing him to use his cleanse and his flash in the first game, if you remember. They're just dirty, dirty, dirty inters. 10 points to Gryffindor. Honestly. More than 10. 300 points to Gryffindor, fuck it. I'm like Dumbledore, I just give them shit away for playing chess, man. Have some fucking points. Are the casters really saying that's not a mistake because he didn't hit the blast cone? He literally walked onto the blast cone. Why do you get an apology? He walked onto the blast cone. Just don't stand on the blast cone so that it blasts you into people. Like, everyone knows you can hit them. It's not like he doesn't know that the enemy can also hit blast cones, right? Maybe he thinks only he's allowed to hit them. Oh, very close to Tenon's dying. That was pretty intense. Oh, that boulder didn't hit. If Steel had enough mana for ult, that'd be sick. Oh, he just walked into a sapling. Alright, the upside for DFM is they're still outscaling. They are still outscaling. They just need to really stop inting in these drafts where they're outscaling. You have a hot take? Hit me with it. I think Rel goes Thornmail into Even Shroud. They have no other anti-heal and they need to play to one-shot. I think your logic is fairly sound, but I think Chem Tank might be better than Even Shroud to give her that extra reach to get on top of Sivir and Talia. I think Chem Tank might just be better. But I definitely think you're right about no Locket. And Thornmail sounds fine. if she's hitting big combos to apply it with the 40%. I think Maokai could go Thornmail too, that's also fine. Because there's not a huge deal of cost differential between even Shroud and Tank. Right? This is 2,500 and this is 2,800. So it's slightly more expensive, but I think it's negligible. Thornmail first is unironically good unless Maokai is contractually bound to not build Demonic. True. Thornmail's okay, yeah. I don't hate Thornmail on Rel. Sounds okay. One thing I will say is that Yuumi doesn't heal that much as a champion until later in the game because she Q-maxes now. So until like level 13, she's not really doing that much healing, especially since she goes damage mythic instead of Moonstone. You've been playing her in solo queues trying to not grief as much. So the fact that nothing's happening can only benefit DFM right now. In fact, they've almost fully recovered from that terrible fight they took. This Gnar turret plate gives them a bit more gold, like the gold differential's not massive, and all their summoner spells are now back up. They're probably just going to lose second Drake. I don't think there's much they can do about that. I think third Drake is where they start to fight. Did I see LS's Champions tier list? I did. I can't remember what I thought of it. Let's have a quick look. I'll have to read that comment after stream. I mean, this looks actually good for DFM. They might get this dragon. They actually might get this dragon. Okay. You know what we can do, guys? I have tier lists that I made before Worlds. Now, this was a few patches ago. These tier lists were like 12.16. So I think it was like maybe before Azir nerfs, before like Ahri nerfs. What happened to Loud? I don't know. They just got caught and died. So what we'll do is after this game, in the break, we'll compare LS's list to mine, and then I can talk about why I have things differently. That sounds like a good idea. I think Ivern mid is good, yeah. I don't know if I put Ivern on my list. I think I just forgot about the champion. But it's definitely not as bad as people think. Like in lane. Can make a video out of it? Yeah, maybe. I think I have too much going on with Worlds at the minute, but maybe after Worlds. It's probably something I should have done before Worlds. Not even watching the game right now, I'm just listening to you talk about it. Alright, Loud at least got the Drake, and it's Infernal Soul, which is maybe the best. No, I mean, Hextech is the best soul they could get, but I think Infernal might be the second best, because they need, like, that extra sort of punch to, like, you know, get that game ended. Get those picks, get those one-shots, catch people out, delete them. That sort of thing. Oh my God, Hecarim built a turbo cum tank. Hecarim built cum tank, guys. Ugh. Makes me want to vomit. You know what? I'm starting to understand why like people think LS and Dom are so bitter and like grumpy and like, you know, always angry. You watch every game and you keep seeing the same terrible things, and it does just make you kind of bitter. Like at first I was finding it funny, and now my reaction's like, oh no. Definitely puts it into perspective being the streamer. This lane is good. I'm a new one trick and could almost go even in lane in some matchups. Yeah, you want matchups like Victor where he can just like free farm to Moonstone, and once he gets Moonstone, you can like look to take over with your jungler. Oh my god, Steel's just sprinting at them. Ooh. That Hecarim skin is so nice. What is that? Is that Arcana Hecarim? It looks great. It's pretty big for DFM if they can get any objective, like this Rift Herald. Just slows the game down a bit by Loud not having it. You get like that too. Your friend who you usually watch pro play with tells me I'm too bitter because I'm focusing on all of the mistakes the players make. Yeah, I mean, mistakes are fine. It's just when you see the same mistake again, like the first time in the first game where they lost Baron to fighting with Mininar, I was like, oh, they lost this fight because they didn't, you know, they didn't respect Mininar and they fought. But then they did it again in the second game, and I was like, what the fuck? Pros mechanically buy items because they're told by the coaches. Don't think when they buy items or are just simply stupid sometimes. What I think is that they go off of feel. So, like, for example, cookies. Sometimes you get a kill or something because you eat a cookie and it feels good, even though, like, objectively there's better things. Explaining why the pros are bad isn't good for viewership as far as the casters go. Yeah, I tend to agree, but I'm not a caster, so... why is Chemtank so bad? Not much frontline. So Chemtank doesn't really make Hecarim any tankier than the alternative. Like, it gives as much health as a Bruiser Mythic would, and then it gives the resistances, but because he heals based on damage, then doing more damage, as well as the fact that you kill them so they're dead, so they're not killing you, but it heals him more. Yeah, that's basically it. Also, Hecarim at his core is a champion that wants to do damage. Like, the really bad ones with easy fixes annoy me the most, like bad flashes or itemization or runes. Yeah. The worst ones are the ones where it's like literally just a mathematical error. For example, like Chemtank, you could argue that you want the speed for something. That's not something you can mathematically define. Whereas a lot of the time, like Ludens versus Leandri, there is just a mathematically correct one. You'd think after they buffed his AD ratio on Q like 6 times in a row, people would build AD on Hecarim. I mean, AD on Hecarim is 100% better, like the better build right now. He just does, he scales so much better with AD than tank items, so. Oh, also, the other thing, Zoasa, is that if you go Trinity as your mythic, the tank legendaries are much better than the tank mythics, and the tank the Bruiser legendaries aren't really as good as the Bruiser mythics. So like Trinity Force is really good, and Force of Nature, for example, is also a really good item, or like Randuin's. There's these really strong tank legendaries, so if you want to be tanky, you can get a tank legendary after your Trinity. This is why we see Nard often go for Trinity into full tank. DFM can win this fight. I think they're scaled enough to take this fight. But, I mean, Loud are disengaging pretty well. Ooh, that's not a good fight angle, though. Yeah, Loud are winning. Oh, wait, Utapon. Okay, Utapon. Okay. Calm down. Bro, auto-attack it. Bro! Oh my god, Utapon. This guy is griefing so often, man. This guy is griefing so often. What about Maokai item? I can't see it right now. I'll have a look in a sec. Did you see what Utapon just did? W ratio 2? Yeah, Hecarim W ratio scales on AD as well. Oh, Anathemas. Anathemas isn't terrible here. It's better in some of the other games we've seen. So in some games where we've seen Sivir Yuumi, the Sivir has been like the only damage on the team. So you just Anathemas the Sivir. Yeah, you can do it on a lot of tank junglers. Basically, if they only have one carry, you can just buy Anathemas and Anathemas that carry, and it'll make you tankier than anything else. The theory is just facilitating, right? I guess. If you mean the theory behind Anathemas chains? Yeah, CC debuff on primary carry, exactly. Yeah, you don't even need to apply it, you just need to... Oh my god, Utapon. Trundle builds it for support sometimes, yeah. But also the 30% damage reduction, I don't really think there's another item that can give you that much reduction. And then it scales as well. Like, once you've got resists, it's still a 30% damage reduction after that, so... When they only have one carry, Anathemas is good. But here, they also have a Gnar and a Talia and a Hecarim, so I don't know if I like it here. It's really good for Loud that they didn't get, like, Cloud Soul again. Or, like, maybe even Mountain Soul they wouldn't like too much, although it does go very well with Jax's ult. What is Utapon doing? There's just no way it works. Okay, maybe it does. Jesus, they have so much damage apparently. The tank hacker and just one-shotting people. Not terrible for DFM, not terrible. Yaharong has TP, he can always get back. Tinons has heal, I'm assuming he's running Spellbook, but it shows, I don't know about it for you guys, but for me it shows that he has no Keystone. Maybe he's playing Keystoneless heal Lysandra. Well, that's a free Baron just given over. That's not good for DFM. I don't think they can kill them. They don't have Hecarim ult. They don't have Talia ult. I mean, Sivir's ulting, but they don't have Yuumi ult either. They have next to nothing. Oh, they do have Gnar, though. Okay, they get one of the buffs down. They need to make sure they're saving their cooldowns now for this Drake fight. Happens on every champion if they die? Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Seos has no Keystone right now. Interesting. Alright, so whoever wins this game has to win the next game as well, otherwise I have to resize my spreadsheet. Because my spreadsheet is factored for 8 games. Or like sized for 8 games. Do it for the spreadsheet, guys. Alright, I think this fight decides the game. I think this fight decides the game. I don't know why Gnar has Sterax. I think Robo can just kill Yaharong there. Okay. Yaharong played it well. He hit the W. They get the soul. Steal, you need to try and steal the Drake. Steel's just ignoring the Drake. Oh, I think Steel had to ulti onto the Drake and try and steal it, because they've just given them an Infernal Soul. That might be too much to scale against. Infernal Soul? I don't know, guys. This might be a loud win. Good roll on the soul. Isn't it crazy how much the soul changes how games work? Like, don't you think drafting would be so much better if you could see what soul it was in Champ Select? Imagine trying to steal something against the Brazilian team, absolutely immune. Bro, the guy's name is literally Steel. Come on. Surely he could have gone for it. Yeah, I think drafting would be so much more interesting if you could see what Drake order it was. I'd love if you could see what soul. Yeah, me too. Robo more robbery in Portuguese. Oh, robo means robbery in Portuguese, sorry. I read wrong. So it evens out. If he wins this game, it's a fucking robbery. I mean, in some, or I don't know what order, but in some, I don't know which way around to place them, but these look like the seventh and eighth best teams in Playins. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything's gonna happen against RNG. I think the series might be extremely quick, which is nice for me. Short stream. Too much of a League old man. I want them to remove soul and revert runes. I would enjoy that, but I'm a top laner. I'm an AP Mao main, and I hate when it's Infernal map, so few brushes. Yeah, I play top lane Rengar, and like Infernal's good for Assassin Rengar because he likes the damage, but for Bruiser Rengar, losing the bushes is really horrible, and I play Bruiser Rengar. I find the take 4 dragons and end meta so generic, even though it's definitely better for viewership. It makes the game a lot more understandable for viewers, yeah. It makes the game very formulaic. What's his name? Tinones has got a death cap. It's very, very dangerous. He could, with Infernal Soul as well, Tinones on the flank with a death cap, he could really just blow someone up. Can't he just blow Yaharang up now? I think Yaharang's just dead. Yaharang's alive. Okay, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, the list with death cap, Yaharang needed to be careful with that guy around. Okay, Utapon spaced the Jax really well while he was in E, and now he's going back in. I think DFM just won. Utapon actually played well in that fight, which is uncharacteristic based on the rest of the game. Sion is fine with every soul other than Hextech, it's so annoying. Does he like, wait, Hextech? Why is Hextech annoying? Really hope for a better loud draft next game. Me too. Yuta didn't send it. Yeah, true. Infernal Soul is bad. I mean, Cloud Soul is just better, right? Against you, and oh, it's bad against you. It slows you, and it's not very good on you. I think Infernal Soul, Hextech Soul's kind of good on everyone. It just seems like a better Infernal to me. Oh my god, do they not end? Okay, they do. They do. They do. Alright, we're going to do the tier list comparison now. We'll start with top lane. So one thing for sure I was lower on than reality is Aatrox. I think Aatrox should be an S tier. I still think GP and Ornn are Z tier. The reason I have Vayne is that she has really good matchups into Aatrox, GP, Ornn, Darius, Fiora. Jax beats her, but she's good against Gwen as well. She's good against Shyvana. I really like Shyvana top. GP has his counters. GP's biggest counter is Aatrox. And then also Azir really beats him. I have Azir top in A. What else do you think counters GP? Because I think GP beats everything else on this list. Vayne as well. Vayne. He loses to Vayne. But I think everything else towards the top of the list is winning for GP. I think Graves top on its own is B, but into certain matchups it's really good. Urgot? No, I think GP wins Urgot. Why Azir A tier? Really good into GP, really good into Fiora, really good into Ornn. Cho, yeah, Cho is very, very hard for GP. That one's true. Azir just has good matchups into what people are playing at the moment. And also, like, I mean, he's really good in mid, right? So you can always flex mid-top Azir. I really like Azir top right now. LS has Fiora slightly higher than me. He has GP slightly lower, but we generally agree. I think I underrated Maokai. I have him in A. No, I think as a top laner, Maokai probably is A. A lot of his power comes from flexibility. Did you say Akshan? Yeah, Akshan is very good against GP, but then the problem you have is that you have Akshan and they have GP. Like, outside of lane, it's night and day what the champions do. But in the lane phase, yeah, Akshan is very good. He has Aatrox in S, which is where I think Aatrox should be. He has Gragas a lot higher than I do. That's an interesting one. Vayne, he also rates Vayne really highly. I think that's cool. I think he rates Gnar higher than me. No, I have Gnar in A as well. I made this list in 12-16 as well. Jace has been a historic GP answer. Yeah, he does just lose at the minute. Jace is too weak. I have Jace down here in F. This list is purely for competitive as well, not for solo queue. So in solo queue it changes a lot. I think in top we tend to agree on... LS is based as fuck. He has Azir in A in top lane. Bro, LS is so based. I saw a lot of people overrating Gragas in Worlds and no one is thinking of him. Ivan in A in top is weird. I think he's way better mid. I agree. Ivan is better mid than top. I'm not sure about Ivan top. Illaoi has angles where she's good, but I think she's a worse Darius. So one thing that he doesn't have is the Darius. So Darius has really good matchups into Ornn, into GP, into Gwen, into Aatrox, and then people are playing a lot of comps where they have to run at you. Like they're playing Hecarim and stuff where they have to run on top of you, and I think Darius thrives in that environment. So I think Darius is like underplayed, but he requires a specific comp where the enemy needs to run at you to play against. Outside of that, I think we're relatively similar. I think it's pretty similar. Does he have Hecarim top? He has Hecarim top in B, I have it in A. I think Hecarim top's a bit better than he does. Darius the better Illaoi for sure, yeah. Karthus top, I have in A. So Karthus is niche. Why are who so different? Me and LS? I mean, I think we seem to agree on a lot of champions. I have Karthus in A for times where the enemy wants to play purely through top. Oh, and Karthus, where does he have Karthus? Does he have Karthus? Poppy top is better, but with respect to flex potential? Yeah. C. He does have Karthus in C. Okay. So Karthus's niche is where the enemy wants to play purely through top. I also thought there was going to be a lot of Renekton. I think Karthus is really good into Renekton because when they make those set plays where they dive top, they bring mid and jungle to top, they can dive you and you don't care. You play through bot, you have the Karthus ult for bot, and if they dive you, you get the wave anyway. It's why I think when the enemy's playing a hard stomp through bot lane, Karthus is really good. You have your support roam, and if they ever dive you on bot, you get the wave anyway. They can never stop you getting the wave. You play Baus Karthus, pretty much, yeah, but you don't push. You just like soak waves and scale because Karthus scales really well. Like again, Karthus isn't like blindable or anything. It's like an answer. So that's top. That was interesting. We have Kayle in the same tier as well. Kayle has angles. Jungle. Let me find my jungle one. Okay, my jungle one I think was before Poppy nerfs as well. I think this was before Poppy nerfs. Lilia could be higher? Yeah, I think I forgot about Lilia top. So this is mine. I have Morgana, Fiddle, Poppy as the top. I think I should have put Kindred higher. I think I was underrating Kindred. Now I think Kindred is Z tier. I'm really big on Kindred now. You hear me call for Kindred a lot. I think Trundle's a lot lower than it was before. Oh yeah, so part of what defined this with like Sejuani Trundle and stuff like that and Poppy is that at the time that I made this, like Sivir was really good. And like, you know, AD carries like that, and you wanted a jungle to help your Sivir scale. Not even ranked Maokai. This may have been before Maokai buffs too. I made these in like 12.15 or 12.16. So these are quite old. Do I have Graves? I have Graves in A, but now I think Graves is a lot better. Here's Morgana here. Here's Darius jungle. I didn't even consider that as a flex. That's interesting. He has Xin and Eve. I don't think Eve's very good, but I have Xin. I think Eve's too difficult to draft, I think. She can't flex anywhere either, so she's kind of hard to make work. I think Nocturne's a lot better than A now. Darius has a really fast clear? Yeah, I think maybe he does. That makes sense. Is there anything else out of place? Zac? Maybe I underrated Zac. Karthus. I have Karthus here. Hecarim, I have it here. Fiddle, I have it here. I think my biggest disagreement with his list is that I think he has Morgana too low. Eve top has been has some great matchups. I think it's a lot worse than it used to be. I actually unironically, this is my account. This is my account. I used to play it a lot. But it was with the old item system. She was a lot better with the old items. What happened to Wukong? Were the nerfs that bad for him? Kind of. I don't think he was ever as good as people thought. I think he was very easy to answer. But the nerfs also don't help. Alright, let's look at mid. Ivern, Seraphine, Ziggs. Oh, another tier that I have down here is niche but good. So like there's drafts where Bel'Veth is really good. LS had Rengar high, I had it in niche but good. Like there's drafts where Rammus is really good, but they're like super niche. Like I think Bel'Veth needs 3 winning lanes, like the draft where Mad had it. Alright, let me find mid. So I have Anivia and Veigar in Z tier. He has them a lot lower, like A tier. Where's Veigar? In B tier, interesting. I think Veigar's a lot better than B tier. I mean, I can understand Anivia in A tier. I think she's a lot better than that though. Ahri was a lot better before she got nerfed. Ahri's fallen down. I don't even know where LS has Ahri. I can't see her. She's in B. I had her in S. She's probably in B now after nerfs and meta shift and stuff. Azir, I think, is still S. Maybe at the time that I made this, he was even Z. But after the nerfs, he's S. Ivan Z is a bit high. If I forgot about Ivan, if I was to place him, I would probably put him in A. I think he's good, but not like amazing. Cassiopeia. I have Cassiopeia A, so I still think she's very good. Orianna. So I have Orianna a lot lower than LS does. I have her in B. I just think other mages do what Orianna does better at the minute. Is mid the main disagreement between you two? I don't know, I'm looking at it now. Vel'Koz. Do I have Vel'Koz? Did I forget about Vel'Koz? Or do I have him somewhere? Oh, I have him in C. I think Vel'Koz is better than C. I think I was wrong about Vel'Koz. I think I was wrong. Lux. I don't really agree with Lux mid. Ornn mid. I have Ornn mid in B. He has Ornn mid in A. So he thinks Ornn's just a little bit better than I do, I guess. Orianna's really good with the jungle changes coming in, like Heka loves her. That's true. That's true. Hecarim does really like Ori. Talia in A. I have Talia in S. Yeah, I still think Talia's really good. I still think Talia's very good. I think I might move Victor and Cassio up. Talia and Ahri down. Seraphine stays where she is. Maybe Veigar comes down 1. I think Anivia's crazy good. Brand in A, some hard cope in mid by LS. I kind of agree. I'm not a big Brand mid fan. Galio, maybe I would move down. Okay, here's something that's changed a lot. So here is what I had for AD carry, or for bot lane. But this has changed a lot. So, as you can see, when I made this, Zeri was the best champion in the game. Draven was really strong as well. And then, obviously, there's the A tier. Sivir I didn't think was as good as people were making it out to be. I thought Sivir was like not the best of the scaling carries. I thought Zeri was always better than Sivir was. And a lot of the time, if you pick Sivir, the enemy team can freely pick Kate or Neela or Draven and just smash you. But this is very different because Garen is niche in the case that you play. The enemy has a very squishy ranged comp, and you're playing the full damage Yuumi build with Garen bot. Like the Garen Yuumi, if you remember 2019 Worlds, it was played a lot. That's the only time you play Garen. Let's see what LS has for bot. Because like I disagree with my own list now. I think it's changed a lot. So he also has Karthus. So I have Karthus. Why do I not have Karthus on my list? I think Karthus bot's insane. Do I have Karthus somewhere? Am I missing it? I talked about Karthus bot already when I was talking about Karthus top. I guess I just griefed my own list by not putting Karthus on there. And this was before Misfortune buffs as well. Misfortune wasn't buffed. Yeah, Meatball Garen Yuumi comps. Okay, I've already noticed a big one. I think Neela's a lot better than LS does. I also think Zaya's a little bit better than LS does. After the buffs, I think Ashe moves up into S, and LS also has her in S, so we agree on that. This was before Ashe buffs. Is Zaya criminally low? Well, he only has a 1 tier below I do. It's only 1 tier difference. I don't think I would call it criminally low. He has Ezreal in the same tier. He has Twitch in the same tier as me. He has Tristana in the same tier as me. He thinks Soraka's 1 tier higher, but I know he's a big Soraka enjoyer, so I expected that. He has Kai'Sa in S. Now, Kai'Sa has been changed since I made this, so Kai'Sa's definitely better than C now. He has Yasuo in S. I have Yasuo in niche but good. I think Yasuo is really, really good with Senna. I think Yasuo bot is a very good thing to play. Vayne sometimes just wins you the draft. Ashe is insane in correct spots. I think Varus should be higher on your list. I'm pretty low on Varus. I mean, maybe F is too low. Or maybe D is too low. Maybe C. Maybe even B at a stretch. But I don't know. I'm pretty low on Varus overall. I think he's just worse than a lot of other champions like Aphelios or Ashe that do a similar thing. Caitlyn I agree with, and like after these champions got nerfed, I think Caitlyn became the Z tier AD carry, and Misfortune went up really high as well. So this is probably the list that changed the most because there was the most patch changes. So there was the most patch changes with AD carry. And then support. I'll quickly show you my support list before we move on. So this was my support list a few patches ago. So this was before Lulu nerfs. I think Lulu was really broken and like Zeri was meta and stuff. I think Pyke, I still really like Pyke and Renata. I talk about Renata a lot. I think these champs are really good. Morgana, I talk about her a lot. Amumu, I think, is like the best of the engaged supports. I think Amumu should be in S with Blitz and Yuumi and Morgana. And then there's the rest of the champs, I guess. See what LS went. Okay, he has like all the enchanters in Z. Okay, I didn't put Senna in support because I put Senna... I always consider Senna to be the AD carry and then whatever else is like the support. But wherever I put Senna in my list, I think Senna was like in S or A or something. I think that's where Senna belongs. He has Bard higher than me. He has Zillion higher. I think I've got Zillion in niche. I think Sona should be higher. I mean, Sona's in niche but good. I think Sona's probably the best champion in the game if they have like an easy bot lane with some like Yuumi or something. Sona just becomes insane. Where would Mao be now? On his own, probably B. But what makes him so good is his flexibility. Okay. It's time to go. What about Ivan support with TP and Smite for solo queue? I don't know. That sounds cheesy as shit, so it's probably good. So I don't think our lists are like massively different. Especially with where I would change things since I made mine a few, like 3 or 4 patches ago. I could remake them now. Like on this patch. The World's patch, I mean. Alright, let's see if Loud pick or ban Azir. They definitely don't seem to have an answer to Azir. So we get Trundle. Go on, DFM. Win it for the spreadsheet. Okay, they ban Azir, so they don't have an answer for it. Amumu. Silas. So Hecarim's still open. I don't know why Hecarim's getting through every draft. So let's see if DFM just hard scale again. Is the Yuumi? Oh, I would ban Hecarim now, but I mean Maokai's fine as well. I would leave Aatrox open and counter it, but I don't know whether these teams are comfortable with that. Okay, Kalista. So there's Maokai, Hecarim, and Aatrox open that are like high prior in drafts. I mean, I don't know why you'd ever go Sedge when Maokai's open. I think she's just a worse version. A less flexible version of Maokai. Rip my Graves most picked? Yeah, me too. But these teams don't play Graves. These teams don't play the Graves. So Urgot actually has a good matchup into Aatrox. Something I've been wanting Evie to play. Alright, are they just doing the classic Maokai Misfortune? They could do Maokai Hecarim, but I think Maokai Misfortune's good. They're probably not going to go... I mean, they could go Hecarim with Sejuani, but it breaks their flex. They can Draven? That would be cool. Oh. Sejuani? Yeah, I don't know. I think you should put Yaharang on something like Victor or Corki, like that fill similar roles to the Azir. Loud seem to struggle against things like that. Camille? Are they going to play Galio? I think blinding Galio is really bad. Maokai doesn't have to go in. Maokai's really flexible. Maokai can use his ult to disengage, and he can knock people away with his Q. Maokai can play disengage. Nara is a bit more like having to go in, yeah. There's the blind Galio. Okay. Unironically, Vayne is insane here. Like, so far, Vayne is an insane pick. The only role they know it's not going is top, but it could be mid Vayne, it could be ADC Vayne. I think if you pick Vayne and then ban out counters. But I think if you pick Vayne and look to throw it mid, they might play Kalista Galio bot. Oh, Kalista's banned actually, they can't do that. Okay. I mean, Loud legit have to go in, so I think they ban Renata. I think they also ban... maybe Morgana, but I don't think so. MF's a good ban. MF fits really well with what they're drafting. The other thing they could do is they could pick Ezreal on blue and pick, like, Pyke. So I think maybe banning Ezreal on DFM might be good. Camille smashes lane, but I feel they have no answer to Victor. I think Gnar wins that lane. It functions like a Zero. The only reason Camille wins this lane is because her jungle mid camper. But in isolation, Camille loses. So there's a team in CBLOL who always played Galio Camille really well, but I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Loud, maybe not. Planning Vex? I think Vex is more along the lines of what Loud won here rather than DFM. Aphelios doesn't make sense for Loud. He can't be okay on his own, and he can't follow up on the top side play, really. Ezreal can cross-map with the ultimate on top of the Camille play. Like, they ping where they're going to do the Camille play, and Ezreal ults on top of it, and he also allows the support to roam. I think Ezreal's really good for Loud. I would go Renata. I mean Victor. I said they should go something like Victor. Victor seems fine. I think Corki's better because he's safer against the dive that they have. Now in CS, but it's not a material advantage. It feels like post 11 he can't side lane. I think he can. I mean, into Camille, into Galio Sedge, no he can't. But in isolation, I think he can. Alright, I would go like Ezreal Pike. Played Gnar into 2 very good Camille's recently. Oh, they picked Ezreal. I called it. There you go. There's the Ezreal. Are they going Pike? Don't really like Leona. I think Leona's just a worse version of Pike here. Renata, probably. Shen. Shen's okay. Shen's not terrible, actually. Okay, so Sedge over Heka seems so weird, I agree. Heka is just a better version. Renata doesn't exist, silly? Yeah, my bad. Okay, so we have kind of the same dynamic with DFM outscaling. I kind of like Loud's draft more, though. I don't think Shen saves Gnar in top. I think this is like slightly Loud favoured. Although Victor has the potential to just 1v9 this, but I think the Ezreal pick's really nice. Victor can't handle Galio's shove early. Galio's always going to be unlocked. I think it's slightly Loud favoured. I think this is the first one Loud have won. It's just harder for DFM to scale this game. To scale until they win, but they can still scale until they win. That is still what Loud want to do. Not Loud, what DFM want to do. They still just want to scale until they win. So let's see if DFM can not in while they're scaling this time. What do you think the odds of that are? I think Gnar should always go Doran's Blade. Instead of Doran's Shield. Like, Camille's not poking you, you know? She's all-inning you, so D-Blade is stronger. What the fuck? That was pretty cool. Oh, he doesn't even have Hex Flash. He did that without Hex Flash? Bro, he's a psychopath. Jesus, I was just trying to set my timer up and this guy's fucking flashing over without Hex Flash to try and get an advantage early as the scaling draft. Absolute psycho. There's a world where Victor gets blown up at 40 minutes and they lose anyway? For sure there is, yeah. Victor's the priority target of this Edge Camille Galio here. With Ezreal on top. Like, the Ezreal being able to ult on top as well as being fine weak side. I swear to God. Alright, who in chat knows why I'm annoyed? So, someone in chat tell me why I'm angry. What's wrong with this game right now? Something is happening in this game that is fucking disgusting. Again. Happens every time. Grasp Camille? No, it's not Grasp Camille. It's not the control ward. It's not about items or runes. It's about gameplay. Sejuani pathing bot. There you go. Eduardo got it. Sejuani pathing bot. Why are you pathing into your Ezreal lane instead of your Camille lane? What? Why do we keep drafting Camille Galio and ignoring top? What is going on? Yeah, Sedge pathing bot is the issue. The entire point of this draft is to snowball through Camille. And weak side Ezreal. And have him commit to, like, have him contribute with his global to the strong side. You have such a strong side. You have Camille, Sejuani, Galio, with Leona can roam, and you have Ezreal, and the Sejuani the Sejuani paths away from it. I feel like that's just terrible. He resets to be top lane at 4, I think it's fine. That's absolutely not why she pathed bot though. I mean, yeah, you can always go top on your resets, but if you just path top, the absolute best thing you could do here would be to try and late invade with Camille, Galio, and Sedge and force a vertical jungle. If you can force vertical jungle top this game, you are winning hard. Because it's really hard for Maokai, Shen, Kai'Sa to ever dive an Ezreal Leona. So your weak side's chilling, and you're playing like really hard strong side on top. I think that would be like optimal gameplay. Maybe Ezreal got intimidated by that level 1 and called for help. Yeah, the guy that used his flash and didn't kill him. He's like, oh, I'm scared of this guy now. I mean, my money's on DFM to win now then. I don't know. I don't know what Sedge is doing. Because now, the awkward thing now is that, so if you clear bot on the first clear, right? Now your camps are respawning sequencing bot. So you want to clear bot again. To be efficient, you want to clear down again. You want to be moving away from top. So every time you do it, you re-kill your camps and put them on the respawn where they're sequencing towards bot. So it incentivizes you to move down the map rather than up to be efficient with your farm. She had a timer on Gromp, but Camille went to recall and Sedge went on Gromp. Is she invading topside now? With Galio? Maybe she can invade topside and maybe she can force vertical jungle on second clear. This is okay. If she does chickens now, and then she does like Maokai's Krugs, and then she forces vertical jungle, that's okay. No, she's clearing bot again. Yeah, no, she's clearing bot again. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, guys. Just leave Camille on an island, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, she's getting Drake. Right, maybe she just wanted the first Drake, and while Drake's on cooldown, she'll play around top. You know what? You know what's good? You know what's actually good about her pathing? She did her top side and then did Drake, so now she can recall, go to Krugs, and then her top camps will respawn because she's delayed because of the invade and Drake, and then now she can path top. Robo's inting. Oh, he does have Galio with him. Nice, 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 nice. Galio's #1 priority should be crashing this wave. Okay, Sedge's camps are respawn. Wait, why did she go chickens? Why did she not go Krugs? Why did she not do Krugs, chickens, wolves, Gromp? Give blue to Galio. Now she's resetting. Where is she going to go off of reset? Is she going to go bot? What? Wait. She's going top. So what is she going to do? Is she going to do Gromp? Is she going to give blue to Galio, do Gromp, wolves, enemy chickens, enemy Krugs? I guess that's okay. I don't know. I don't know what Sedge is doing. I'm trying to figure it out. I am doing my best to figure out what's going through her head. You know what? I would love to talk to Dom about this. Because Dom is like really, really smart about jungle pathing. They're getting Herald. The Camille Galio actually won the play without the Surge anyway, so, you know, maybe she's just not needed. Maybe junglers aren't even real. You ever think about that? Does Galio have... Galio has no ult, so they might actually lose this fight. No, never mind. The Ezreal ult hit 2 people. That was huge. Oh, the Baron. The Herald reset. Okay, I think DFM get a Herald. What in the name of fuck? You know, if Loud just hit her instead of running away, would they not win? If they just attacked the Kai'Sa instead of running away in 4 different directions? I think they just panicked. I think they had the same reaction as me, you know, where I went, what in the fuck? That's probably what Loud did. So here, Kai'Sa goes in. I think if everyone goes on Kai'Sa, they can just kill her. I mean, I know Shen's turning up, but maybe not, maybe not. Is there any minor region player who you think has a chance to go to a major region because of World's performance? Maybe Shogun from Buffalo? Is Shogun Vietnamese, or is he an import? Yeah, he's a Vietnamese player. He could go to a major region for sure. I mean, Doggo already did. Doggo went from PCS to China. Regions outside of Vietnam? Yo, guys, you like Vietnam? Regions outside of Vietnam and Southeast Asia, though, I'm not sure about. The Vietnamese teams and Southeast Asian teams have been getting a lot better. I think it's because of their proximity to Korea and China, like in their location in the world, they get really good scrims. Canons and Robo were on talks with some LEC teams last year about going there. Yaharong back to LCK. Yaharong, I mean, Grace wasn't the best mid laner when he was in LCK. I don't think he would go back. They didn't go in part because of contractual problems. I don't know. Would they be better than... I mean, maybe Robo could be better than some LEC tops. I don't think there's room in mid lane in LEC. There's probably not room in mid lane. Last year he looked much better. Yeah, I still don't think there's room in mid lane in LEC. It's pretty strong all the way down, like as a role. Especially internationally. Okay. Who would you replace with him? I guess you could put him on like BDS, who's becoming heretics, I think. Like you're for sure not replacing Humanoid, Niski, Perks, Caps, VTO, Larson. You're not replacing any of those guys. Those guys are all really good. Oh, you don't follow LEC, okay. And you know, if DFM win, I get to go to sleep, so maybe DFM stands for Do It For Me. Nuke. Nuke? Oh, Nuke Duck. Nuke Duck's been alright. I mean, you could get rid of Nuke Duck. Then is it worth it? That's always the question. Is it worth it? I'm surprised at how well Malrang did, because Malrang was like 10th place jungler in LCK. It doesn't have to be worth it, you have to shuffle players because... Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, if you don't win Worlds, you're contractually obliged to change your players, that's true. That's why Chovy's been to Worlds on 4 different rosters in 4 years in a row. Chovy joins a team, it doesn't win Worlds, and then he has to go to another team. If I was looking for a minor region player as Chovy carried by bot every year. The only role Chovy's consistently played with good players in is AD carry, isn't it? He's played with Deft, he's played with Viper, and he's played with Ruler. Yeah, if I was looking to import a minor region player, it would probably be Shogun. He's looked like the best so far at this Worlds. That said, I haven't seen Gam play, and I haven't seen Flying Oyster play. So we'll have to wait to see Gam and Flying Oyster. I mean, DFM getting ahead is really bad for Loud. Still think Doggo is the best minor region ADC I've ever seen. I agree. He played on Beyond, not Beyond Gaming. I mean, he did play on Beyond Gaming. He then went to BLG, and yeah, he was pretty good. He's pretty good on BLG. BLG weren't the best team. They had pretty serious mid jungle issues though. Pretty bad mid jungle issues. He was for sure better than Unified, though. PSG with Doggo was probably the best roster PCS has ever had. I think if PSG just bought Doggo, feels like the losses were not their fault. It wasn't Doggo's fault, and it for sure wasn't Bin's fault in summer. Bin was so good. I was really sad to see him leave RNG. It's so weird that when Loud is winning, they can't increase the gold advantage, and when they lose, their gold difference just keeps increasing. Yeah, true, actually. I also think Kaiwing is one of the best supports. Yeah. I mean, Kaiwing is the better part of the bot lane of PSG. PSG with Doggo was crazy good. Obviously now they don't have Maple either. And they're not at Worlds. I don't think it's a coincidence that they lost Maple and didn't go to Worlds, even though Maple didn't look the best this year. Something with that PSG roster just clicked. Maple River left for NA. Yeah, River as well. I mean, River looks really good at the start of the season in NA. River did look very good. They're probably feeling the loss of River more than the loss of Maple in retrospect. Well, this is looking like a 3-1, so DFM are doing it for me. Why does Galio have crown into Victor? Doesn't he just lose his crown on cooldown? Like, he just disappears? River and Pride Stalker had similar trajectories. They just ran out of steam having to solo carry, but River was way better. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, what is the thought process behind crown into Victor? It's like having Aftershock when he ults, I guess, but he could just have Aftershock when he ults. No, I guess he gets some value when he goes in with his ult. Maui just pops it too? Yeah. Recommended tab? Tab? What do you mean tab? Did you mistype or am I dumb? Probably me dumb. Okay, channel. Oh! His thought process equals recommended tab of shop. Yeah, okay, I understand now. We could have just won against EG, now look at Loud. Yeah. Looking a little quiet, if you know what I mean. I can only assume that Anathema's Chains on Sedge is on Victor. But I don't really like the Anathemas when there's like 3 damage dealers. There's kind of 2.5 here, now it's like half of one. I'm glad that Maokai actually bought some Fire Cape instead of the other weird shit we've been seeing. Well, this game's doomed. Oh my god, Evie just jumping over the wall. That's probably Baron gone. Oh. Ugh. Manamoon before Trinity Force on Ezreal? Manamoon before Triforce. I mean, the problem they've got is that their Camille should be really ahead, because Sedge Galio should have been playing around her all game. This Camille should be a massive threat, but Camille's a bit of a walking minion right now. Do they not realize there's a turret there? Did they think that turret was dead? Or did they think it was their own turret? They just kind of ran it into the enemy turret. Loud fell apart, honestly. Games between minor regions are won by picking the easiest, safest champs that no one can mess up. You say that, but DFM have been messing them up a lot. But yeah, I tend to agree that this is the best way to play games. I mean, the thing is, I think that's the best way to play a game when you're better than your opponent. If you're better than your opponent, and you pick things that have the least opportunity for you to, like, for them to, like, gain an advantage, you should always win, right? You pick the most consistent thing and you're just better than them. Even if your worst gives you a higher chance to exploit better teams. I think picking cheesy shit might be a good way to beat better teams. I had allowed him, but I mean, it does allow them more, like, you more opportunity to capitalize on them messing up. I had allowed in my pick'ems, but DFM look way better in these last few games. Yeah, I predicted DFM 3-1, so it looks like I'm going to be right, actually, which is quite nice. Isn't cheese inherently easy to pilot since it either works or it doesn't? I guess. I don't know, some cheese things are hard to pilot, like mechanically difficult. On CBLOL Finals, Pain Gaming picked the very scaling champions and Loud picked the early game playmaking champs, so I think they stayed with the same mentality for Worlds. That's interesting. It could just be that DFM individually are better than Pain Gaming then. And they can't get the same advantages since they won 3-0. I see. But I mean, I think they just fundamentally played Sedge on the wrong side of the map. Again, the amount of times this happens is really disturbing. I can't understand what the thought process is. I feel like my junglers in Diamond 1 solo queue understand to path towards the Camille lane with Galio. Like Diamond 1 Master EU solo queue has better pathing than this. I think learning to draft gives lower tier teams a very higher chance of winning. Just look at Chiefs yesterday. I mean, they kind of got shit on even with that really good draft. To be honest. I'm bronze and I understood that. Based. Based as fuck. Although, to be fair, in my games, a lot of the time, like, I'm playing against Darius, and I do have to tell my jungler not to path top, because he will just get invaded by Darius. Like, to start top and path away from Darius. It is quite disturbing how often I have to tell them that. Alright, DFM 3-1. I don't watch Brazil. Is it possible Brands is just demanding focus? Maybe. I knew he's a big personality. Surely we must get the strong Darius before he becomes fed. Yeah, exactly. Instead of just waiting for him to fall off, yeah. But there were moments where Chiefs almost got back into the game by by looking their way into playing the comp correctly. That's true. That is true. I read that as by fucking their way into playing the comp correctly. Alright. Bro, I can go to bed at 2 instead of like 4? This is crazy. Insane. I've still got so much energy. France is a very young player. The guys who should be leading the team for them are on the top side. Okay. The Loud looked really good in draft and early game, mechanically lost to everyone the later the games went. Jungle pathing notwithstanding. Well, I think Loud got out drafted the first two games the first 3 games in this series. Yeah, first 3 games, I think they got out drafted. I think this was the only one where they had an advantage. This series didn't go well for them. No, their drafting was a lot better in the group stage. In BO1s? Okay, yeah. Alright, guys, you get to witness this live. Game 4 reminded me of Chiefs' final game, where they had Camille, Galio, with a jungler that can facilitate it, but it permapaths into the weak side bot lane for some reason. Not sure why Sedge ignored Camille the entire game when the whole point of that draft is to snowball her. Alright, there you go. Bye, gonna cry myself to sleep again? Alright, good night, dude. Enjoy your cry sleep. This is just... Is that something you say in Brazil? In British football, we say we lose every week, you're nothing special, we lose every week. So, that's what we say. Are they consistently so bad? I think they're at a big disadvantage in geographical location. Like, they couldn't really get much further away from the best regions to scrim. It's pretty hard for them based on ping to ever scrim Korea or China. They also can't really scrim EU. The only times they ever get good scrims is when they actually travel to international tournaments, and only one of them travels there, like twice a year. Like one team twice a year. It's pretty hard for them to improve. In terms of like individual skill from solo queue, I don't think population is what contributes to that. I think when you have a population as big as China, it's inevitable that you'll get some like really good players because there's just that many of them. But like, look at Korea. Korea has a tiny population, and honestly, all the best individual players come from Korea. Like over the past few years, even the best players in China have been like Viper, they've been Doinby, they've been the Shy, they've been Rookie. It's just Korea's culture. Like in Korea, gaming is so big in the culture that it's like encouraged to get good at video games. Whereas even here in the UK, it's like encouraged to not play video games. That's like what society wants you to do. Whereas in Korea, if you want to be good at video games, society pushes you. Society helps you get good at video games. So I think that's a big thing. So, I mean, maybe Brazil's culture's not set up for them to... Brazil does have a pretty big esports scene, but I think they came late to the league scene specifically. Okay. I don't think it's just about esports scene, though. It's about culture. Like, if you guys are from Brazil, how do your parents, when you're growing up, how did your parents react to you wanting to spend your time playing video games instead of going outside? Because for me, it was always my parents trying to make me not play video games. They're huge in CS and they used to be very good. That's interesting. Oh, there was a comment I had on YouTube that I never got to reply to because I was watching the game. Let me read what it says. I don't know why pretty much every team picks Engage, Support, or Braum. IMO support role in draft could be one of the most important picks to single-handedly win a draft, apart from Enchanters. I don't know why people aren't valuing Renata or Zillion. Thumbs up. Support. Counter, dictates. Bot lane. Matchup. Way more than a Gary. I think probably just player comfort a lot. I think the best players on minor region teams tend to be high ranked solo queue players, and most solo queue players favor Engage sports. But CS is weird. It's tactically by far the most developed esports league on the, and is super undeveloped in tactics on the other hand. Why do I care about how to grow long, thick eyelashes quickly? I don't care. I don't want to grow my eyelashes. Brazil generally tending to build and draft above average is a form of tactics, I guess. For my first broadcast appearance, true. Everyone's gonna be like, yo, that guy's got some long ass eyelashes. Did anyone reply to my Reddit comment? Someone did. Based. Oh, Bobek. I got some good karma. Look at that. I got 38.8k karma. Huge. Anyone who uses Leak subreddit, you might remember this post. This was me. Does anyone remember when Aurelia first got remake? Like the remake? I got really annoyed because of this when Aurelia first got remade. How the fuck does that hit, bro? This is my highest upvoted post of all time with 5.3k upvotes. How does that hit? What is that? That got me 5.3k upvotes. I agree, they should widen it. It's unfair. The problem Aurelia has there, and this is why she's not picked enough, when she casts her E, it only nearly hits people on Howling Abyss. Yeah, it's unfair that there's a chance it can miss. It should hit Howling Abyss, it should even hit Dominion. Even though they removed Dominion, it should still have that much width. Mad versus EG should be hype. Is that tomorrow? Balance, clearly underpowered champion, and brings an influence in old game mode. You're just playing ARAM and suddenly you're Aurelia stunned? Yeah. Two birds with one stone. I missed the Dominion map because I used to play hide and seek on that map with my friends. That was really fun. So 7 PM my time, we have Mad versus EG. And then straight after, I mean, this day, I think it's 8 games maximum. This one might go to 5 games. This one is done in 3 games, like 20 minutes each. This one is just done. Still molding over Magma Chamber? Magma Chamber was cool. The problem I had with Magma Chamber, though, was, like, Caitlyn just dominated. Like, Caitlyn kind of just beats everything. Especially nowadays, Caitlyn would be even harder to beat because she would just freeze. Instead of pushing, she would just freeze. First group stage games are bangers? Yes, they are. I might be able to watch this one. Because I'm a big Damwon fan, so I'll try and convince my girlfriend to watch this one with me, but Saturday the 8th is my girlfriend's birthday, so I'm not going to be streaming this weekend, the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm not going to be streaming, because I'm going to be at my girlfriend's parents with her for her birthday. But I'm going to see if I can get this game, like, put on the TV or something. She doesn't want to celebrate by watching League? Apparently not. Are there any other Damwon games? Damwon are playing JDG on Sunday at 3 AM. I'm probably going to have to watch that one Monday morning. I'm probably not going to be able to watch this one. Unless, do I get home on Sunday? I think maybe I get home Sunday night. I'm not sure. Oh wait, but it's Sunday 3 AM means it's like Saturday night, doesn't it? Yeah, this is kind of like Saturday night, so I'm gonna have to watch that Sunday morning, like when I get home Sunday night or something. Who's this? Is this Mad or EG? I think this is Mad or EG. This seed, the TBD. And this TBD should be Fnatic. It is, okay. Cool. So yeah, this next stream should be this, and then this. This will now be DFM. So this series is really hype. This one's not too interesting. I think RNG will draft really badly. I think DFM will probably try to draft the same way they have now, because it worked for them, but they'll just get shit on by RNG individually and lose. This game should be cool though. Interested to see what evil geniuses do about Bel'Veth. We'll see what happens with Bel'Veth. Jojo Puniski is hype? I agree. With the way Impact's been playing, Impact Armor is hype. Who could play worse? You know what the most hype thing is though? Inspired versus Elyoya. That's cool. They've both been playing quite well. Elyoya's pathing's been very good. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to end it there for today, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you for Mad and EG. Good night.